Very good morning to all our viewers and welcome to this very special broadcast. And it is a D-Day in both Meghalaya and Nagaland. Voting to elect a new government will begin at 7 a.m. sharp today. And after nearly a month of high-octane campaigning, the stage is set for the assembly elections in both the states. I'm joined here by my colleague Rashmi. So welcome to all our viewers.
जी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आज इसके खास बुलेटिन में। मैं हूं रश्मि भैया शर्मा जो रौनक के साथ आज इस पूरे दिन का जो है जो वोटिंग अपडेट से आपको लगातार हम दिखाते रहेंगे। रौनक
Absolutely. So the elections will be held across 118 constituencies, 59 each in Nagaland as well as in Meghalaya, to seal the fate of over 550 candidates. So if we start with Meghalaya, over 21 lakh voters, of which 10.68 lakh are males and 10.92 lakh female voters are expected to exercise their franchise today. The electorates will decide the fate of 369 candidates, 36 of whom are women from across 7 parties, apart from, of course, the independents. Voting will be held in 3,419 polling stations, of which 640 have been designated as vulnerable, 323 critical, and 84 both vulnerable and critical. And if we talk about the parties, the NPP is contesting from 57 seats, the TMC from 56 seats, the UDP from 46, while the Congress and the BJP are contesting from all 60 seats. Meanwhile, the HSPDP is contesting from 11 seats and a newly formed party, VPP, from 18 seats. Electioneering in Meghalaya has been intense, to say the least, with the NPP, TMC and the BJP, amongst others, going all out to win over the last voter, riding on mega rallies by their star campaigners. From Prime Minister Modi to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, NEDA convener Himanta Biswa Sharma and TMC chief Mamta Banerjee, and even state leaders, the top state leaders like Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and leader of opposition Mukul Sangma, parties went all out to ensure maximum reach. Let's also take a look at Nagaland. Over 13 lakh voters will decide the fate of 181 candidates today. 4 amongst the 181 are women candidates, and polling will be held across 2,351 polling stations in the state. While the NDPP and BJP are contesting on a 40-20 seat sharing pact, the NPF, on the other hand, is contesting only in 20 seats, while the Congress in 23. Parties like the LJP, the NPP, NCP and the JDU are also contesting in more than half a dozen seats on an average. Campaigning by the NDPP, BJP combined has been intense in Nagaland, with BJP star campaigners like PM Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah holding joint NDPP-BJP campaigns. And of course, pre-poll violence has also been a concern in Nagaland in the run-up to the polls, and elaborate arrangements have been made to ensure free and fair polling takes place. So it's up to the electorates now, viewers, to choose who they deem fit to form the next respective state governments, isn't it?
जी बिल्कुल रौनक, मेघालय और नागालैंड ये 2 राज्य है जहां आज वोटिंग कराई जाएगी थोड़ी सी देर बाद। बात करें मेघालय की तो यहां 60 में से 59 सीटों पर वोटिंग होगी। इसके लिए 369 उम्मीदवार मैदान में हैं। राज्य में सत्तारूढ़ नेशनल पीपल्स पार्टी यानी एनपीपी 57 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है, जबकि कांग्रेस और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सभी 60 सीटों पर अपने उम्मीदवार उतारे हैं। यूनाइटेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी यानी यूडीपी के 47 प्रत्याशी मैदान में हैं, जबकि वीपीपी और एचएसडीपी ने क्रमशः 18 और 11 प्रत्याशी उतारे हैं। कुल मिलाकर 44 निर्दलीय उम्मीदवार भी चुनावी मैदान में हैं। एचएसपीडीपी मुख्य रूप से रिभोई, ईस्ट खासी हिल्स और वेस्ट खासी हिल्स जिलों की विधानसभा सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है। सभी दल अपने स्तर पर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। राज्य में एक ही चरण में होने वाली वोटिंग के लिए सुरक्षा के इस बीच जो है कड़े इंतजाम किए गए हैं। केंद्रीय सुरक्षा बलों की 119 कंपनियां तैनात की गई है। वोटिंग को लेकर 3,419 मतदान केंद्रों की स्थापना की गई है, जिसमें से 640 मतदान केंद्र संवेदनशील और 84 मतदान केंद्र अति संवेदनशील के रूप में चिन्हित किया गया है। और नागालैंड की अगर हम बात करें तो नागालैंड की 60 सीटों में से यहाँ भी 59 सीटों पर ही आज वोटिंग होगी। मैदान में 4 महिलाओं और 19 निर्दलीय उम्मीदवारों सहित कुल 183 उम्मीदवार खड़े हैं। जी रौनक।
Yes, absolutely, Rashmi. This is indeed the big day for both the states, Meghalaya and Nagaland. And of course, our team of reporters are right there standing by on ground zero to bring us all the updates, the minute to minute live updates. And of course, there is still a few minutes left to go before polling gets underway. And we already have all our reporters lined up to bring you all the latest updates. And let me welcome today on this special broadcast our team of reporters and our colleagues, our Chief of Bureau, Arindam Das, who will be joining us live from Tura. Then we also have my colleague Joydeep Hazarika joining us live from Shillong, along with, of course, Aaron Lindo also joining us from Shillong. Very good morning to all three of you. And it is indeed a big day for both these states, a celebration of democracy, if you will, in this very, very crucial assembly polls in both Nagaland and Meghalaya. Rashmi, isn't it?
जी बिल्कुल। आज बहुत ही दिलचस्प होने जा रहा है जो चुनाव है और कुछ ही देर बाद यानी 7 बजते ही पोलिंग स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। हमारे जो पूरे जो सहयोगी है इस वक्त वहां डटे हुए हैं। अरिंदम है हमारे चीफ ऑफ ब्यूरो तुरा से, जबकि जॉयदीप शिलोंग में और एरन तुरा में भी शिलोंग में मौजूद है।
Yes, absolutely, Rashmi. So, of course, let me go to our Chief of Bureau, Arindam Das, who is joining us live from Tura. So, Arindam, coming to you first, you know, there seems to be already some people behind you, and there's just few minutes left to go before polling officially gets underway. So, tell us what the scenario is like over there right now. Do you already see people coming out and lining up to cast their votes, Arindam?
That's right, Ronak. Just a few minutes left for the voting machines to open up. When the EVMs will get activated, the gates of the polling stations will be opened up, and the people will press the button to select a candidate and a party of their choice. It was hectic politicking by all the political parties. We have seen how marathon political rallies and road shows were held by all the political parties. It was weeks of such electioneering that went on, and today is the day when the people will decide who will form the government or which party will form the government in Meghalaya. So right now I am at Tura Government Boys Higher Secondary School in Tura, and here you can see that though few minutes still left for the gates of the polling stations to be opened up, but people are already queuing up. Here people are voters. That's why the timing of the opening of at 7 a.m. In Assam, we have seen that it starts at 8 a.m. But here in Meghalaya, we have seen that it starts at 7 a.m. and will end at 4 p.m. So you can see already people lining up in large numbers to cast their votes. Just a few minutes left for the polling station gets to be opened up and the EVMs will get activated, and when the people will press the button to select a party and a candidate of their choice. So these are the people who are lining up to cast their votes. And as I have said, that looking at the turnout, which is coming very early in the morning, the voters turnout is likely to be high this time. Of course, the whole day is left, but looking, as it says, the morning shows the day. So we have seen in the morning only that people in large numbers have already lined up to cast their votes. Ronak.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that is the scenario that is visible in Tura right now as our Chief of Bureau, Arindam Dasa, brings us the latest visuals. People already lined up to cast their votes. Early morning voters have already lined up. Let me, at this point in time, go across to Nagaland, where our colleague Sarah Konyak is also joining us very shortly. I'm sure Sarah is with us at this point in time. She will be joining us in just moments from now. All right, we will connect to Sarah Konyak in just moments from now. In the meantime, let me move over to my colleague Aaron Lindo, who is joining us from Shillong. So, Aaron, very good morning to you, and a great day for democracy and a great day for voting, isn't it? So, tell us, what is going on around you right now? We already saw there is quite the crowd of people who have gathered in Tura to cast their votes early in the morning. So, similar scenes also being witnessed in Shillong, Aaron?
Yes, exactly. So, Ronak, at the moment, we're standing right outside the Laimukra Presbyterian School here in Laimukra. So, it is the East Shillong constituency where Miss Ampareen Ling side other 5 candidates as well. So, what we have right now, queuing up, and this is indeed a very decent number, just like precisely at 2 minutes before they cast their votes. And in one of the polling booths, we have an old lady in her 90 years she's actually inside to cast her vote. Let her come out and we'll get a quick reaction from early to for a very long time. So as the day progresses, nobody wants to be in that rush. So the first 5 voters will get a certificate as well, and the first 3 first-time voters will also get a certificate. So this is the polling station where you can see the very adorable 90-year-old lady just cast. She's actually the first lady to cast her vote now. If you can see, that's happening right in front of your eyes. She'll come outside. We'll interact with her quickly, and we'll also speak to her, of course, granddaughter, I would imagine.
All right, so that is
daughter.
indeed...
Sorry. Okay, I'll speak to her daughter, and I'll tell.
All right, please go ahead, Aaron. Please go ahead. And before you do that, Aaron, let me just, for the information of our viewers, just for the benefit of our viewers, let me just make it official. Voting is officially underway in Meghalaya. Voting has begun, and that on your screens, viewers, is the visual of the first voter casting her vote for this crucial Meghalaya elections. That is indeed the big story here, viewers. Sharp at 7 a.m., voting has begun in Meghalaya, in Shillong, and on your screens is, of course, the elderly lady who is the first voter to cast her vote, Rashmi. Indeed, voting has begun.
बिल्कुल रौनक, और इस वक्त की ब्रेकिंग न्यूज यही है कि मेघालय और नागालैंड दोनों ही राज्यों में वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है। मतदाता अब कतारों में जो है वो एक-एक कर अपना वोट डालेंगे, और इस वक्त ब्रेकिंग न्यूज ये है कि 7 बजते ही वोटिंग दोनों राज्यों में शुरू हो चुकी है।
Yes, absolutely, Rashmi. So this is indeed, we were just moments away, and it's a very, very healthy sign to see that even before the official time of starting of voting, people had already queued up outside the polling stations to go and cast their votes. So, Aaron, if you're still with us, Aaron, could you get us some reactions from the people who queued up outside the polling stations early in the morning today to go and cast their vote to exercise their franchise, Aaron?
Right. So I'll speak to ma'am first. So if you want bini man laka sansnem. If you want banu tangasni.
Ngawan marway.
Kan marway se. Kini bede.
Ikun.
Kunjafi. Kunjafi.
Never arngot.
Fiklam up kini if you want laka one ni marway.
Ngawan.
Huh? Kandai for snem. Okay, how do you feel right now? Fisngo kumno.
Nasu klein keng mentasni.
So klein. Huh? Di candidate metanin what ya thu enga fi bodi film dan kampanye thu enga di thangni ki development kumno kalong constituency jo fi fisngo kumno Sutana. So young mai. Okay, congratulations once again. Rona, what I'll do is I'll speak to her daughter as well and find out exactly what ma'am or something. Does she do this every 5 years, like queuing up today the first time?
Yes.
Right?
She does this.
Did she wake you up early as well?
No, she actually did not wait for us.
Okay.
Because by the time we brushed and all, we were getting late. So she just left us and she came here alone.
And what is interesting is that, you see women queuing up 90 years of age, and this is empowering. What do you say?
It is, but what to say, we can't cope up with her.
All right, Aaron,
Yes, she's really
thank you so much
energetic.
for bringing us those reactions from these early morning voters. And before I come back to you, let me once again very quickly go back to my colleague Sarah Konyak, who we were trying to connect with earlier. And so now Sarah Konyak, joining us live from Kohima, is also connected. So voting has officially begun. We also saw some of the early morning voters when going and casting their votes in Shillong. So Sarah, first of all, very good morning to you. Today is a big day for both these states. So what is the scenario like in Kohima right now, Sarah? How many people were lined up since the early morning today to go and cast their vote, Sarah?
Well, a very good morning to you and to all our viewers, Gaurav. Right now, I'm here at Norton Angami 1 constituency, which is the bastion of Krihu Lezitu, the NPF, the sitting MLA of this constituency, who is also the son of the Kok Party's president and former Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Shirzule Lezitu. Voting has officially begun here in Kohima as it starts at 7 a.m. As you can see, both young and old have all come out in large numbers early morning to cast their vote and to also to participate in this great exercise of democracy. As you can see, people have already lined up to cast their votes, and both young and old have already gathered here to participate in this great exercise of democracy. We are expecting the NPF president, Dr. Shirzule, to come here at 8 a.m. along with his family to cast his vote in polling station number 14, polling station number 13. Right, as you can see, the mood of the people is very strong right now as they are all here to cast their vote. It may be mentioned that in this Norton Angami 1 constituency, it is going to be a straight fight between the Kok Party, the NPF candidate, Mr. Krihu Lezitu, and the ruling government NDPP candidate, Mr. Kekreyome Gaurav.
Yes, absolutely, Sarah. We can clearly see a very, very healthy crowd of voters who have lined up since the early hours of the morning today. And as voting got underway just about 5 minutes ago, there is already a very healthy crowd of people who are waiting in line to go inside and cast their votes and elect a new state government. So indeed, very healthy signs that we're witnessing from both Meghalaya as well as in Nagaland. Wouldn't you say so, Rashmi?
जी बिल्कुल रौनक, मेघालय और नागालैंड इस बार चुनाव जो है वो काफी दिलचस्प होने वाला है। मेघालय की अगर हम बात करें, वहां भी वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है। हमारे सहयोगी जयदीप हजारिका इस वक्त हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं। जयदीप, कौन से पोलिंग बूथ पर आप इस वक्त मौजूद है? वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है, क्या कुछ नजारा है वहां पर, हमें दिखाइए।
जी रश्मि, मैं अभी फिलहाल शिलोंग के नॉर्थ शिलोंग कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में हूं और यहाँ पे वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है। अभी मैं फिलहाल रातसामथिया कम्युनिटी हॉल में हूं और ये पोलिंग बूथ इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो है मतलब कांग्रेस, बीजेपी और टीएमसी तीनों के जो है प्रत्याशी जो है यहाँ पे जो है अपना वोट कास्ट करने वाले हैं। इनफैक्ट आप देख सकते हैं अभी सुबह जो है अभी जो 6:30 बजे जो यहाँ पे लाइन शुरू हो चुका था और काफी एक इंटरेस्टिंग मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि यहाँ पे कैंडिडेट्स भी आ चुके हैं अपना वोट कास्ट करने के लिए। यहाँ पे मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ, एक तरफ आपके जो है कांग्रेस के जे.ए. लिंगडो है और जो यहाँ के प्रत्याशी है और दूसरी तरफ है बीजेपी के एम खाकरांग। दोनों जो है लाइन पे खड़े हैं एक साथ। जो है हम अभी वो थोड़ी देर में वोट डालने वाले हैं, तो हम उनसे थोड़ा सा उनके जो हम रिएक्शन लेने की कोशिश करेंगे। मिस्टर खाकरांग, I'll first come to you. All set to vote. How is the mood today, sir?
Excited and waiting. So let me finish. Let me cast my vote. Okay, but it's exciting.
Okay. Well, we will get to you once you cast your vote. We'll come to you, Mr. J.A. Lingdo. You're all set to cast your vote. How's your mood today, sir?
The mood will be okay, but let me cast my vote first. After that, then you can ask.
Okay. Thank you. But like, one question I'd like to ask: standing here together in the light, along with the people, how's the camaraderie? How do you describe it?
J.A. Lingdo is a very good friend of mine. We stayed just bang opposite to each other. So this was a battle, but we are still good friends.
Okay. Yeah. And do you, sir?
Same. We are still good friends. We always maintain, and we are going to maintain this for a long time also.
Okay, there seems to be a very healthy camaraderie, sir. So, sir, okay, sure, we will get back to you once you cast your vote. Okay, thank you for talking to us, sir. तो आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे जो है लाइन काफी बन चुकी है, लेकिन यहाँ पे खासकर एकदम सबसे पहले जो अर्ली बर्ड्स है, जो सबसे पहले वोटर्स में से हमारे 2 कैंडिडेट्स भी यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं।
थोड़ा सा रोकना चाहेंगे यहाँ पे आपको, लेकिन इस वक्त जो एक और तस्वीर सामने आ रही है, अम्परिन लिंगदो पहुंची है अपना वोट डालने। ये सीधी तस्वीरें सामने आई है, अम्परिन लिंगदो अपनी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में वोट डालने पहुंची है और सुबह सुबह ही उम्मीदवार जो है पोलिंग बूथ पर पहुंच रहे हैं, सीधी तस्वीरें ये सामने आई है।
Yes, absolutely, Rashmi, and this has been a trend that has been going on for a while now. Candidates themselves amongst the early morning voters to cast their votes, and right here, that is exactly what we're witnessing in Shillong. Live visuals coming in of NPP candidate Amperin Lingdo, one of the first voters, one of the early morning voters, as my colleague Joydeep Hasarika very rightly put it, casted her vote, and now let's see what she has to say.
How do you feel?
Always number one.
Always number one. Well, you know what, I like to term the polling day as a penultimate day to the big day, which is March the 2nd. What did you do yesterday? What did you feel in the sense that you will be casting your vote tomorrow? This is not new for you, you know. Was there anxiety? Are you relaxed? Something in between?
Polling booth, making sure that all documentations were in order, making sure all my stations and booths had a man of boots on the ground. So it was a very stressful day. In fact, I must have slept maybe 2 hours, not out of anxiety, but because of exhaustion.
So this time around, there are 36 women candidates contesting the election. As a matriarchal society, do you think that number is enough, or should it go up? What's your thought?
No, it should go up with better results. I'm looking forward to seeing more women in the assembly this time from the Khasi Hills, because practically 3 terms, I was the only woman in East Khasi Hills, so that kind of felt a little lonely.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any ideology in the state of Meghalaya. I feel that the candidates matter more than the party. What would you say?
Yeah, because we are a very small state with very small electorates. My electorate is about 25,000 plus. Practically, I know everyone. So, party ideology hasn't been there because people of the state of Meghalaya are not fanatic party supporters. They are not, they're not cadre based, die-hard, strong, cadre based supporters. So usually they support the candidate. So that is why you see that there is this support for candidates. Yeah.
Right. So you speak of a fractured mandate. Are we going to see that saga end this time once and for all, or are we going to see a repeat of the same trend?
I have a feeling that this time it's going to be far more stable. See, I have been through, this is my 5th election. So I've seen 2 hung houses and I've seen 2 stable governments. And they're always taking alternative turns. I presume that this time 23 would result in a stable governance because that's how I experienced in my tenure.
I was at your rally, saw the confidence, saw the mood. Where did that come from?
Hard work, every day's hard work for 5 years without a stop. So that's the kind of confidence that you will have if you've dedicated all you have to the people and the constituency.
And your last appeal to all the voters today, ma'am.
Voters of Meghalaya, give us a strong government. Please do not vote as per your whims and fancies. Otherwise, Meghalaya is going to see another very hectic, confused post-poll scenario.
Thank you so much once again for your time. Best of luck. Thanks, ma'am. I'll see you.
Bye for now. Bye.
तो काफी कॉन्फिडेंट नजर आए एनपीपी उम्मीदवार अम्परिन लिंगदो। और इस वक्त मेघालय की हम बात करते हैं, मेघालय का रुख करते हैं जहां हमारे सहयोगी जॉयदीप हजारिका लगातार बने हुए हैं। जॉयदीप, काफी लोग इस वक्त वहां वोटिंग करने पहुंचे हैं, क्या किन मुद्दों को ध्यान में रखकर वे पहुंचे हैं, जरा उनसे प्रतिक्रिया लेने की कोशिश करें।
जी रश्मि, यहाँ पे जो है हमें अच्छा खासा जो है भीड़ दिखाई दे रही है। वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है। कुछ लोग जो यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हुए हैं, हम उनसे जरा जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि यहाँ पे जो है मूड कैसा है लोगों के बीच में। तो हम मूड की जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। Excuse me, sir, you're here to cast your vote, sir. As a voter, we want to know what are the issues that you want your candidate of choice to address.
No, we want a God-fearing candidate, trustworthy, and who oppose corruption, and who I mean, what to say, who hates dishonest gain. That's all.
So mainly you want an honest and corruption-free candidate. So what about you, sir? What kind of
It's more or less same like him. You want the same thing like him, yes.
so corruption is a big issue? This
It's a big issue. That is the main issue. Yes.
Okay, I'll talk to some other people here. As a voter, what are you looking for in a candidate? Like, what are the issues that you want your candidate to address? Your candidate of choice.
See, as a voter at first, I would like to have an experienced candidate first, then who can function as per the needs of the welfare of the society and the people. So we need someone who is capable in that line. So that's why. So therefore, now we have to think of a better candidate for the 5 years. We have lost 5 years already. So now we are looking for a better candidate for 5 years, coming 5 years. Yeah.
Okay, that is quite interesting. So obviously, okay, I want to show you something. The first voter has cast his vote, and which we have showed, here is the first appreciation certificate that he has received. This is certificate that is given to the first 5 people who cast their votes. So he is the first voter here who has cast his vote here at this polling center, and here he is with his appreciation certificate. This is a very noble step taken by the election commission to encourage people to come early in the morning and cast their votes. So sir, you have cast your vote, sir. You're the first voter today, sir. How are you feeling? Early bird, in the early morning you came. How are you feeling?
Sam, thank you.
Thank you. We want to know something. You have already cast your vote. What do you expect from your candidate? What do you want from your candidate? What do you want your candidate of choice to do?
Nong mensaniaki mo.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Not much of a talker, but definitely he is the first voter here with the appreciation certificate as the first voter, sir. Thank you so much for talking to us, sir. Thank you. So as you can see, voting process has begun.
जी.
2 candidates, one from Congress, one from the BJP are already here. आप देख सकते हैं जो है लाइन यहाँ पे जो है धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है. एक वोटर ने अपना वोट दे दिया है, पहले वोटर, और उनको एक जो है सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ एप्रिसिएशन भी मिल गया है जो पहले 5 वोटर्स को मिलता है. हम यहाँ पे बने रहेंगे रश्मि, और फिर एक बार जैसे ही कांग्रेस के जे लिंगडो और बीजेपी के एम खाकरांग यहाँ पर अपना वोट देंगे, हम उनकी प्रतिक्रिया जानने की कोशिश करेंगे. मैं यहाँ पर एक और बात बता देना चाहता हूँ रश्मि और हमारे दर्शकों से कि इसी पोलिंग बूथ पे जो है कुछ ही देर बाद जो है टीएमसी की एल्गिवा रिंजा भी आने वाली है. वो भी यहाँ पे आके अपना वोट कास्ट करेगी. यहाँ पे एक गौर करने वाली बात है कि एल्गिवा रिंजा इस बार इलेक्शन में मेघालय की सबसे यंगेस्ट कैंडिडेट है.
All right, absolutely, Joydeep. You know, this is something that is an example that sets an example for everyone, isn't it? And not only are the candidates themselves a part of the early morning voters, at the same time, it is something of an example for everyone, seeing both BJP and Congress candidates standing side by side, standing in queue together to go inside and cast their votes. This is something, despite which party they're contesting from, goes to show, sets an example rather, that people need to come out in large numbers and vote and cast their votes to elect their next government. So Joydeep, that is indeed something of a very healthy sign that we're witnessing in Shillong. Let me at this point in time go to my colleague Sarah Konyak, who is joining us live from Kohima. Sarah, you know, this is something that we're witnessing. All right, let's listen into what this person has to say.
Your first time becoming a member of the Nagaland Legislative Assembly.
Right. I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward, to run the government,
So what appeal would you like to make to all the electorate, especially from your constituency?
I'm actually very happy with the village council. They have taken the mandate of clean election further, a step further. There are many they're supervising all the polling stations. It's a huge stake. 28 polling stations. There are many. They have put in their people. Political parties are not allowed to run the site tables. The village leaders are running that. So, of course, that's a huge, huge thing leap from other elections. Yeah.
My last question to you: what were some of the challenges that you faced during the campaigning? In this election, because this is the bastion of the regional party NPF, two-time MLA Mr. Krihu Lezitu, and who is also the son of the former chief minister and NPF president.
When you are challenging a political heritage, it's not very easy, you see, because they are so entrenched. But I'm so happy people are changing. People are just like they want change. So I think with NDPP and BJP in alliance forming the government in another 5 days, I think people look forward to form the government. They want stability. So I think two regional parties cannot coexist, cannot grow together. So ultimately, I think the heydays of NPF is over. So I mean, that's also one thing which social psychology as well as the perception of the people, they want change. Yeah.
Do you also accept that the party ticket have played a very major role for you?
It's very important. You see, we had 5 years of government, and we provided stability, and people look forward to stability. You see, people do not want instability. So we have filled our candidates in all the 60 seats. So naturally, people are very hopeful that we will form the government, and we are going to form the government. Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to Not
Right,
Alive.
right.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go there.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much for bringing us reactions from another candidate who is also one of the early morning voters. We will come back to you very shortly, Sarah. For now, we'll slip into a very, very short break here, viewers. Don't go anywhere. The live coverage from voting day in Meghalaya and Nagaland will continue right here on Northeast Live. Stay tuned.
দেশৰ প্ৰতিখন ঘৰেই মোৰ পৰিয়াল আৰু মোৰ প্ৰতিজ্ঞা হ'ল প্ৰতিখন ঘৰলৈ 100% বিশুদ্ধ সামগ্ৰী যোগান ধৰাটো পতঞ্জলি গৰুৰ ঘি কচ্চি ঘানি সৰিয়হৰ তেল মছলা কেশৰ আটা ডালি তথা চাউল আদি সকলো সামগ্ৰী পতঞ্জলিৰে ঘৰলৈ আনিব নিজৰ মৰমৰ শিশুটো আৰু পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মথি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
Here, there, people are carrying their problems everywhere. Stop. I say, carry a Britannia Pure Magic single pack and live this moment everywhere.
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
Welcome back, viewers, and you're watching this very special broadcast of Voting Day live from both Meghalaya as well as Nagaland as voters come out to elect a new government. So, viewers, before we move any further, let me tell you at this point in time that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has already tweeted out that today is a very significant day for both of these northeastern states and has said that he appeals to the voters of Meghalaya to elect a corruption-free government in the Hill State. That is what Amit Shah tweeted just moments ago, as you can clearly see on your screens. That is Amit Shah's tweet, and of course urging the people of Meghalaya to come out and vote in large numbers. Clean governance will ensure that government schemes reach the poorest of the poor. That is what Amit Shah has said. And he has also tweeted out for the people of Nagaland as well. And that is, of course, the tweet that you see on your screens, viewers. And he said, and I quote, "I urge sisters and brothers of Nagaland to ensure that the peace process that has already been initiated does not face any hurdles." So that is Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, of course, referring, indicating to the Naga peace talks, which are already underway in full swing with the center. And he has urged the people of Nagaland to come out and vote in large numbers and make sure that the peace process does not face any hurdles. All right, let me now once again go back to Shillong, where voters have come out already since the early hours of the morning today to go and cast their votes. And of course, candidates themselves are amongst the early morning voters, as has been the norm time and time again. So once again, going back to my colleague Joydeep Hazarika. Joydeep, we can see clearly more and more candidates themselves are amongst the early morning voters. We already saw BJP candidates, Congress candidates, and now we have more candidates who are also, and that is, of course, M. Kharkrang, who is, of course, the BJP candidate. And he, too, has just cast his vote from what it looks like from these live visuals that are coming in from Shillong at this point in time. Joydeep, a very, very healthy sign that we are witnessing here, isn't it? So many people already, just a little less than, the time right now is 7:26 a.m. and already such a healthy crowd of people who have come out and are waiting in line to cast their votes. It seems like you are going to have a word with M. Kharkrang here. Let's listen in.
Who is the BJP candidate for North Shillong. Mr. Kharkrang, I would like to ask you, you just cast your vote. How hopeful are you for the BJP this time?
We are winning. Yeah, confident.
Okay, this time you are, BJP is making a massive push in Meghalaya. Compared to last time, BJP is confident that they will increase their seat tally. What do you have to say on this?
It's for everyone to see that people in Meghalaya are the desire now is for development, and to see that BJP is the only party that can bring about development. So definitely the tally of the BJP will increase. And my wife has just finished her casting just now. So, and you'll see in a second.
So we want to ask you that this time TMC is also contesting here in Meghalaya. In your seat in North Shillong, TMC is also giving a very stiff competition. Congress is already there. How much of factor or how much of competition do you feel from your opponents in the Congress or the TMC?
We have we have not underestimated any of the political parties. Since they have come to the fray, we take them seriously. And we have brought our own agenda to the people, and people have seen that the BJP has proven itself. So of course we have not underestimated anyone, but people have seen what the BJP can do, and it is very sad that yesterday a lot of posts had come out that Mr. Kharkrang has withdrawn his candidature, if you're aware of it. And it came under the BJP letterhead. In fact, an FIR has been filed. In the morning, it had come that the BJP will not win the North Shillong seat. The purported letter was sent by National Jail Secretary from here to Delhi, and it was a fake letter. And because why? Because this is some of the political parties. They thought that they will just be able to salvage, not win the elections, but salvage the very little votes that they have. So they have seen the onslaught of the BJP coming into North Shillong, and not satisfied with that, they came out with another one in the evening, which says that Mr. Kharkrang has has withdrawn his candidature. That is also under the BJP letterhead. So these are very cheap way of doing politics, I believe, and they have stooped themselves so low. But they have forgotten that North Shillong constituency, it constitutes 100% literacy, and people know. So the thing, of course, though I've got a lot of calls yesterday, people very surprised that you're a winning candidate and why have you withdrawn? So, but I've told them that it's a fake news, it's a fake letter. So some political parties can stoop so low.
Okay. Yeah. So you're hinting that the other parties are quite nervous that M. Khankrang is contesting as a candidate.
Yeah. Otherwise, why bring out all that? Why bring out all that in the first place? Let's have a clean competition. Let's have a clean competition.
Okay. On that note, sir, I want to ask you, how much seats do you think BJP will end up clinching this time in Meghalaya?
We should be getting between 10 to 15.
Okay. Yeah. A rough estimate. Yeah. Okay. On that note, I want to ask you, ma'am. She's Mr. M. Khankrang's wife. Ma'am, you also cast your vote. How hopeful are you for your husband this time?
We are winning, 100%.
Okay. Thank you so much for talking to us. So that was Mr. M. Khankrang being absolutely confident that he's going to win. He's also hinting that him standing as a candidate in North Shillong has actually unnerved the other parties, and they're resorting to certain tactics to
absolutely. Both M. Khankrang as well as his wife, both of them are confident as they go out and cast their votes early in the morning today. We'll slip into another very short break here, viewers. Don't go anywhere. All the live updates from both Meghalaya and Shillong to continue right here on Northeast Live. Stay tuned.
হাৰ্ট, কোলেষ্ট্ৰল, মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইণ্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল।
तो इस खास बुलेटिन में आप सबका फिर से स्वागत है। मेघालय और नागालैंड में आज वोटिंग हो रही है और लगातार अपडेट्स हम आपको देते रहे हैं। नागालैंड चलते हैं जहां हमारी संवाददाता सारा कोन्याक उपस्थित है। सारा, इस वक्त क्या कोई कैंडिडेट आपके साथ मौजूद है? क्या कुछ सीन वहां से दिखाई गया?
I'm sorry, the audio, it's not audible.
जी सारा, इस वक्त क्या कुछ चल रहा है? कितने बड़ी संख्या में वोटर्स वहां पे आपके पास जो हमें दिख रहे हैं? क्या आपको लगता है रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग होगी आज नागालैंड में?
Absolutely. Right now, like I've stated earlier, right now we're here at the 10 Northern Angami 1 Assembly constituency, which is the stronghold of the NPF candidate, Mr. Krihu Lezutu, who is also the son of the former Chief Minister and present President of the Naga People's Front Party. As you can see, a lot of voters had come out early morning, lined up to cast their votes, and voting had officially begun half an hour ago, a while ago. And we just spoke to the candidate from the NDPP party, as in this constituency it is going to be a straight fight between the NPF candidate and the ruling NDPP candidate, and he has exuded confidence that he will be able to win comfortably with a comfortable margin. And as you can see, a lot of voters has come out to cast their votes, to participate in this great exercise of democracy. So yes, we can say that we are expecting that majority of the voters will come out to cast their vote. Altogether, there are 13,16,064 voters, electorates here in the state of Nagaland, with more than 2,000 polling stations who will be casting their vote in 59 constituencies here in the state. As the Akuloto constituency, the BJP candidate, Mr. Kazito, has already won uncontested. Over to you.
जी सारा, कितना पीसफुल चल रहा है? क्योंकि हमने देखा था कि प्री पोल वायलेंस हुआ था, ऐसे में कितना सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट वहां पे टाइट है?
Yes, all security has been beefed out in all the polling stations, including here in the 10 Norton Angami one. We have the police team from the Nagaland police and also the forces that have been sent for the election duty here. So security has been tightly beefed up. We also have the village volunteers and council members here, apart from the presiding officers and government officials who are on election duty. So absolutely, the security here in the entire state of Nagaland has been beefed up, especially in the vulnerable areas, which also includes the districts of Mokchung and Bokha, where we have witnessed a lot of pre-poll violence in the past few days.
Yes, absolutely, Sarah. And of course, this is indeed a very, very healthy sign to see that, despite there being a slight chill in the air, people did not hesitate to come out early in the morning today and line up to, cast their votes for this very crucial assembly elections. And at the same time, despite the fact that there were a few instances of a pre-poll violence that took place, especially if we talk about a Wokha district, Mokokchung district, there was a few instances of pre-poll violence. Despite that, it's very clear to see from the visuals that are coming on our screens, viewers, that, the people did not hesitate to come out and vote and exercise their franchise and elect a new government, because that is the right of every single citizen, isn't it, Sarah?
Absolutely, despite all the pre-poll violence that we have witnessed here in the state, especially in districts of Mokchung and Voka, despite all this, despite the many appeals and from the candidates, voters have come out despite all the situations that they have faced to vote, to cast their vote, as today is the day where the 181 candidates who are in the fray of these 2023 state elections, Nagaland elections, their fate, which out of the 181 candidates, which includes also 4 women candidates, the fate of these candidates and the political parties will be decided today by these voters who have come out to cast their vote, to participate in this exercise of democracy. Well, yes, Aaron, we heard...
All right, Sarah, please hold on to your thoughts. I will come back to you very shortly, but at the moment, let me go to my colleague Chiben Kuvum, who is joining us from Dimapur. So, we've seen the scenario in Shillong, we've seen the scenario in Tura, we've also seen how voting is underway in Kohima. So now, let us also get a feel of what the scenario, what the atmosphere is like when it comes to Dimapur. Very good morning to you, Chiben Kuvum. And of course, we have seen already a very healthy voter turnout being witnessed in both Kohima as well as in Shillong and Tura, if we talk about Meghalaya. So tell us where you are at, first of all, and are you also witnessing similar scenes at that particular polling station, Chiben?
Yes, Ronak, good morning to you, or should I say good morning to you from Dimapur 1 constituency. So here I am right now at Dimapur 2, I beg your pardon, Dimapur 1, and I'm at Government Middle School, Chakisang Colony. So as you can see, I'm here right now surrounded by scores of people. They are outside this boundary because they are not allowed to come in. So I'll just ask my cameraman to pan the camera and show you the scene outside. So what's going on? So these are people who have come to perform their constitutional duty. They're, as responsible citizens of the country. So there are in hundreds, and this is just the first hour. So you can just imagine in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 hours how many voters will be turning up. So they will be turning up in thousands. So yes, as of now, and I would also like to mention this, that the security arrangement is in place. These soldiers, they are all geared up in their armor. They are manning the people here, and they're performing their duty exactly as it is expected of them. So right now, there are no security issues. Security is just fantastic. It is all, prepped up very well. And the voters are also here. There is no untoward incident as of now. Everything is just free, fair, and peaceful. So that's the situation here right now, Ronak.
All right, Chipin. So that is indeed good news to hear. Good start to the voting day in both Nagaland and Meghalaya. Let's hope it stays that way. So, Chipin, we've already also seen another very interesting and very positive sign that, some of the main candidates who are contesting the elections this time are also amongst the early birds who came out even before 7 o'clock o'clock and we're standing in queue to go and cast their vote. So are you also witnessing something very similar in Dimapur as well, Chiben?
Of course, Ronak, we would love to witness that very moment, but right now I'm here at a different polling station, and the candidates who are contesting in Dimapur 1, they are also casting their votes in a polling station. And since we are talking about this, let me also bring this into the context that, election being a very important day, it is very, very important. In fact, it's paramount for the candidate himself to come and be there on the field and inspire the people. This is a last minute moment, maybe to find an opportunity to inspire the people. So it's a very good thing that the candidates themselves, they are turning up very early and they are casting their vote. Of course, I am pretty much sure that it has inspired the voters. So here also we are expecting our candidates very soon. They are not here yet, but definitely they will be here, and they will be here to, communicate with the voters as well.
Absolutely. And Chiben, of course, let's not also forget, this particular constituency where you are at currently is the very place from which the veteran Congress leader from Nagaland, K. Thierry, is also contesting. So a lot at stake for all the political parties. So Chiben, at this point, did you get a chance to have a word with any of these early morning voters? What are they looking for in the candidate that they're voting from? What are their expectations from the government, from the next government of Nagaland, Chiben?
Yes, Ronak, I have spoken to a few of them. And since they are the senior citizens are voting as of now. So we have, unfortunately, some language barrier. But I have tried, and as much as I can understand them, everyone is vouching, everyone is looking, and the reason why they are here to cast their vote is because they believe in the power of democracy. They believe in this very opportunity.
All right, Chiben, I'll have to come back to you. Please hold on to your thoughts. I'll have to come back to you. We're getting some big news at this point in time. So NPF Secretary General Achumbemo Kikon cast his vote just a short while ago from the Bandari Assembly constituency. And let's have a look at these visuals on our screens at this point in time. Achumbemo Kikon has cast his vote just moments from now and has come from the Bandari Assembly constituency. So yes, viewers, NPF Secretary General Achumbemo Kikon has cast his vote just a short while back from the Bandari Assembly constituency. Another candidate himself who is also amongst the early morning voters. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Sir, you have casted your vote. Yes, I am thankful to Almighty God for giving me this opportunity. I've already casted my vote. I'm hopeful that my people will support me. God Almighty is behind me. And I assure peaceful vote in my 40 AC. I appeal to the citizens of Nagaland as a Secretary General of the NBF to cast your vote, exercise your franchise peacefully, and together we will make Nagaland a new Nagaland. Thank you very much.
The first...
All right, so that was, of course, the NPF Secretary General Achumbemo Kikon, who just cast his vote and has appealed to the people to elect a strong government for Nagaland. And once again, going back to my colleague Chiven Kubung joining us from Dimapur. So, Chiven, you were telling us about some of these early morning voters who have come out and cast their vote. So, this is something that we're witnessing, a very, very healthy trend. People, despite there being a chill in the air, despite the fact that there were some concerns regarding security and pre-poll violence, this has not deterred these voters from coming out and casting their vote, even in this early hour of the morning itself, Chiven.
Yes, exactly, Ronak. See, now, here in Nagaland, as you know, our lives begin very early. And our lives also, our day ends early also. But today it's a very pleasant day, and it's very pleasant to witness all these people, leaving aside, keeping behind their daily chores and responsibilities or activities, I should say, and they are here to cast their vote. And this shows a very healthy, sign of democracy, because as long as you take part in your constitutional duty, you perform your constitutional duty, there is always a brighter tomorrow, because there will always be something promising. So yes, that is happening right now. Indeed, a very healthy sign of democracy, a very healthy future, looming on the way. So people are happy. The senior citizens have come. They have cast their votes. Those who are ripe in age, they have cast their votes and they have just left. And yes, Ronak, as I was mentioning before, I have spoken to a few of them, but unfortunately, due to language barrier, we couldn't communicate in detail. But they sure did let me know that all they look for this election is a leader who represents the people with the truth, standing with the truth and standing on the truth, and they build a better Nagaland for tomorrow. That's what
Absolutely.
people
Some
want.
things do indeed transcend language, doesn't it, Chiben? Despite the fact that there was not, that there was some sort of language barrier, one thing is for certain is that every single one of these voters want and desire a strong and stable government in their state. So at this point in time, what else do we expect? That is something that every voter has in their mind as they go out and cast their vote, isn't it, Rashmi?
जी बिल्कुल रौनक, और इस वक्त आप लोग को सुना लेते हैं प्रतिक्रिया जो फर्स्ट वोटर्स है, जो अर्ली वोटर्स है, उनकी प्रतिक्रिया सामने आई है, पहले सुन लीजिए.
So how are you feeling as the first voter here at this polling station?
I'm feeling good.
Can you show us the ones to say? Okay, thank you.
The first voters have come out. They've just cast their votes. Let us go to them and ask them how they are feeling right now. Apni itia vote digina aise. Apni laga vote pra naga manukhan laga future. Butli kuribole piche dangor moka ekta ase. Apni itia mon phidore kinika feel kuri ase vote digina.
Indeed, it is a big day for us because election comes after every 5 years only. So hopefully, best party wins. Hardly we 7 o'clock. So it's a big day for every one of us, I guess.
इस बार जो इलेक्शन है बहुत सब सातुरा में तो स्पेशली बहुत उत्सुक है. सभी वोट डालेगा और परसेंटेज भी बढ़ेगा इस बार. तो ये सब हम लोग का प्रधानमंत्री जी भी आया है और हम लोग का जो चीफ मिनिस्टर था कर्नाटक भी बहुत डेवलप किया हुआ है, इसलिए कॉन्टेस्ट तो बहुत बड़ा होगा.
तो मेघालय और नागालैंड से वोटिंग अपडेट हम लगातार आपको दे रहेंगे, लगातार वहां की तस्वीरें आपको दिखते रहेंगे. आज पूरे दिन बने रहिए हमारे साथ, लेकिन फिलहाल एक छोटे से ब्रेक पर चलते हैं.
শিশুৱে সাধাৰণতে গাখীৰ নাখায়, সেয়ে ভাৰতত প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে আমি গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ পৰা প্ৰস্তুত কৰিছো পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিট, আৰু সেয়াও ময়দা, কলেষ্ট্ৰল আৰু ট্ৰান্স ফেট ৰহিত. পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিটৰ এটা পেকেটত আছে 1 কাপ পৰিমাণৰ গৰুৰ গাখীৰ.
We are continuously bringing you all the live updates from a voting day in both Meghalaya and Nagaland. And one thing that I would like to touch upon here, something that is actually setting a very, very positive example for all the people is that, in both the states, what we are witnessing right from the early hours today is that, the candidates themselves, many of whom are amongst the early morning voters, they are setting an example that people, regardless of whom they are voting for, which political party, which candidate, need to come out and exercise their franchise. So a very, very healthy sign. And we're not just talking about candidates from one particular party. Candidates from Congress, from the BJP, even other parties could be seen lining up early in the morning today to cast their votes. So indeed, a very healthy and positive example being set for the entire state. Wouldn't you say so, Rashmi?
जी बिल्कुल रौनक, जिस तरह से हमने वोटरों की लाइन सुबह से देखी है, एक रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग की उम्मीद की जा सकती है. वोटर आगे बढ़कर अपना वोट डालने पहुंच रहे हैं. कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में मेघालय और नागालैंड दोनों ही जो राज्य है, चुनाव हो रहा है, काफी दिलचस्प लग रहा है इस वक्त. रौनक.
Absolutely. So at this point, let me quickly go to my colleague Sarah Konian joining us from Kohima. Sarah, as I was, speaking to my colleague Rashmi here, this is indeed something that we're witnessing not just in Meghalaya or Nagaland, both these states. The same thing. So many of these candidates themselves are amongst the early morning voters who are going out and casting their vote, standing in queue with some of their rivals as well. Standing in line with candidates from other parties who they're contesting against. But despite the fact, the one thing that stands clear here, the bottom line, is that people need to come out and vote to elect their next government, Sarah.
Absolutely, very rightly pointed out, Ronak, that despite whichever political parties the voters cast their vote for, it is very important that every eligible voter should come forward to participate in this festival of democracy, to cast their vote, as this will decide the fate of the 181 candidates who are in the fray here in the state of Nagaland, including 4 women candidates from the BJP, NDPP, and the Congress party. So yes, we have witnessed a very healthy number of voters coming out early morning to cast their vote for their respective candidates. And today is the day that will decide the fate of these 181 candidates who are in the fray. An appeal has also been made by the Chief Electoral Officer on the eve of the election, as well as from the candidates to their electorates, to come forward and cast their vote, regardless of whichever candidate or party they vote for. Ronak.
Absolutely. And Sarah, while you are at it, did you get a chance to speak to any of these early morning voters, besides the candidates themselves? What exactly are they looking for in the next candidate that they'll be voting for? What are they looking for in the next Nagaland government, Sarah?
Right. Well, I would speak to some of the voters here. Hi, you have come out in the first hour to cast your vote. How important is this election for you?
Like it is everyone's right to cast their vote. So it is like in the first hour, I have a son at home, so I have to cast my vote first, and then I have to look after him.
Okay. Also, what are some of your expectations, from whichever government that will be formed in the next few days?
I'm sorry, I don't have a say in this.
Right. Thank you. Ama, আপনি ইয়ে ভোট কাষ্ট কৰিবলৈ আহি না আছে ইমান মৰ্নিং ডে ফাৰ্ষ্ট আৱাৰ ডে আপুনি কিনা ফিল কৰি আছে এইটো ইলেকশ্যন ডে পাৰ্টিচিপেট কৰি আছো
আমিতো ক'ব নাপাৰো
Right, Ronak. Really sorry for that. The lady cannot speak in Nagamis dialect. Well, yes, but we have heard from one of the voters that it is very important and it is the right of every eligible voter to come forward and cast their vote. As like I have stated, today is the day that will decide the fate of the candidates that are in the fray for this 2023 State General Assembly elections, and also for the political parties, Ronak.
Absolutely no apologies required, Sarah. Absolutely no apologies required. People, regardless of what language they're speaking, all of them have the right to come out and cast their votes. A very inclusive election is what the CEO had aimed for, not just in Nagaland, but in all the 3 northeastern states that are witnessing elections this time: Tripura, Nagaland, as well as Meghalaya. And thank you very much for joining us at this point in time. We will come back to you very shortly for all the live coverage. For now, it's time for a very short break here, viewers, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, our editor-in-chief, Wasbir Hussain, will take you through the process of the entire voting day live from Nagaland as well as Meghalaya. Stay with us.
হাৰ্ট, কোলেষ্ট্ৰল, মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল।
Here, there, people are carrying their problems everywhere. Stop. I say, carry a Britannia Pure Magic single pack and live this moment everywhere.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক, নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক। দেশৰ প্ৰতিখন ঘৰেই মোৰ পৰিয়াল আৰু মোৰ প্ৰতিজ্ঞা হ'ল প্ৰতিখন ঘৰলৈ 100% বিশুদ্ধ সামগ্ৰী যোগান ধৰাটো পতঞ্জলি গৰুৰ ঘি কচ্চি ঘানি সৰিয়হৰ তেল মছলা কেশৰ আটা দালি তথা চাউল আদি সকলো সামগ্ৰী পতঞ্জলিৰে ঘৰলৈ আনিব নিজৰ মৰমৰ শিশুটো আৰু পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
Good morning, voters. Welcome to Voting Day Live. I am Wasbir Hussain. We are continuing with this broadcast from early this morning. Voting, as you know, has already begun. It's almost an hour of voting in both Meghalaya and Nagaland, where in Meghalaya, 369 candidates are in the fray, as we all know, and in Nagaland, 181 candidates are in the fray. Total, more than 500 candidates. The fate of more than 500 candidates are at stake today. The highlight of the polling so far during last 1 hour has been that there has been people queuing up much before polling time, both in Nagaland as well as in Meghalaya. There are no instances of any violence so far. There has been tremendous enthusiasm among the voters that we have seen. And viewers, these are very, very crucial elections in the three states. Tripura elections, the voting is already over, and the voting in Nagaland and Meghalaya are extremely important because ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections, both for the BJP-led NDA as well as for the opposition, these are extremely crucial elections. While the BJP is bent on making a good performance of the BJP itself as well as its allies, the opposition wants to make its mark. That is the reason why the Congress has filled that 60 candidates despite not having any candidate in the outgoing state assembly, that is in Nagaland. Was in Meghalaya, I'm sorry. And in Nagaland, the Congress, the Congress is also fielding 23 candidates. So these are the main opposition parties. Of course, in Meghalaya, it is the Trinamool Congress, that's the main opposition party. I'm going to my colleague Joydeep Hazarika, who is in Shillong. He has a candidate with him. Joydeep, good morning to you. Who do you have with you? And please go ahead.
Yes, Wasbir, I'm here with TMC candidate Elgiva Rinja. TMC is standing for the North Shillong seat, and also, most importantly, she is the youngest candidate this time in the Meghalaya elections. Elgiva, our editor-in-chief, Wasbir Hussain, would like to ask you some questions directly. You can talk to him. Over to you, Wasbir.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. You have already cast your vote. You have already cast
Hi, sir. Good morning. Yeah, I've already casted my vote, sir.
Yeah, how was it? What do you feel? You are the youngest candidate in the Meghalaya elections, and a lot of people are saying that a lot of young people should come. At the end of the day, the young people hold the key for change. What do you have to say?
Well, as you know that like Trinamool Congress motto is "Be the change," so Meghalaya really needs a change. So by being the youngest candidate in Meghalaya, I would really look up that like through young leaders like us, we can bring new developments in the state and also a brighter future for the future generations.
Now, what was the motivating factor? Why did you come to politics? What inspired you to join politics?
I like to be a social worker. I like to help people. I like to be with all the people around. So like it motivates me to work for the people. And also my visionary leader is always Dr. Mukul since a young child. So I look up to him, and it is through his blessings that I'm here today.
Now, I will not take long. What are some of the priorities you think? What are some of the aspirations of the people in Meghalaya, according to you? You have done a hectic election campaign. You have met so many people. What are the aspirations of the people in your view?
The aspiration of the people, in my point of view, is that they really need a change. They want to remove the previous government because we could see all the 5 years was a chaotic year. So we are hoping that the people will elect new representative so that we'll have a brighter future for the state of Meghalaya as a whole.
Well, Elgiva, thank you very much for talking to us. This is a busy day. I'm sure you'll be moving around the constituencies. Wish you all the best, Elgiva.
Yes, sir.
Well, that
so
was
much.
Elgiva Rinja, the TMC candidate. In fact, by the way, she is also the youngest candidate among the 369 candidates in Meghalaya. Of course, Meghalaya has 36 women candidates. And of course, talking about women candidates, viewers, the number of women candidates in Nagaland is pretty low. Out of the total of 181 candidates, there are only 4 women candidates in Nagaland. Now, in Nagaland, this is a very interesting contest in the sense that till the elections, it was a partyless government in the state where the 3 major political parties, that is the NDPP, BJP, and the NPF, were part of the partyless government under Chief Minister Nafirio. And now it is election time. The NDPP and the BJP are on a seat sharing basis. The NDPP contesting 40 seats and the BJP 20. But what is surprising is that NPF is the main opposition party, but the NPF is only contesting 20 seats. So the big question I'll have to ask my panelists who will be joining me shortly is whether the NPF has already given a walkover to the NDPP BJP combined, because that is a question. Why is the NPF contesting only 20 seats? Now a couple of weeks ago, one of the top NPF leaders had told our channel that they were not finding candidates, which is extremely surprising in a state where NPF is one of the oldest regional parties. And why are they saying that they were not finding candidates? What is the strategy of the NPF? Of course, we don't know. We are only talking superficially when we say that NPF is contesting 20 seats, and it is almost amounting to giving a walkover to the BJP and DPP combined. But only the NPF has the answers to it, and we'll of course, when we get an opportunity, we'll talk to them. But this is a very important election. As I was saying, we have our correspondent standing by live. We are bringing you minute-to-minute live coverage of the voting as it progresses. Now I have with me Sarah Kanyak. Sarah is not live from Dimapur. Sarah is in Kohima. Sarah is in Kohima. Let me correct that. Aston on top. Sarah, what is going on? Where are you exactly? And when is Chief Minister Nafirio voting? Are you going to be there?
Yes, well, Wasbir, right now I'm here at 10 Norton Angami 1 Assembly constituency. This is the bastion of this is the stronghold of the NPF party, and there's going to be a straight fight in this Assembly constituency between the NDPP candidate, Mr. Kekre Yome, and the NPF candidate, the sitting MLA of this Assembly constituency, Mr. Krihu Lezutsu, who is also the son of the former Chief Minister and the present president of the Naga People's Front Party. So right now I'm here at polling station number 13 and 14, where Dr. Shirozule, the president of the NPF, will be coming here any minute to cast his vote. And yes, the Chief Minister of Nagaland, Mr. Nefirio, will be casting his vote. We have been informed that he'll be coming to his constituency to cast his vote at 10 a.m. However, prior to that, he will be visiting the polling stations in his constituency. And yes, definitely, once we get hold of the president from the NPF party, we will be straight away going to Tupema, where the Chief Minister is contesting from the Northern Angami 2 Assembly constituency.
Sarah, the big question is, the NPF is the main opposition party in Nagaland. It's such an old political party. It has been in power. Now, everybody wants to know, why is the NPF contesting only 20 seats? And does it amount to giving some kind of a walkover, some kind of a easy way for the NDPP, BJP combined?
Well, yes, this is the big question, Wasbir, why the oldest regional party who have ruled the state of Nagaland for 15 years till 2018 have only fielded 20 candidates. Well, initially, the party had fielded 22 candidates. However, ahead of the election, just days before the big day, the polling day, two candidates of the NPF party retired, and now they only have 20 candidates. However, NPF is the oldest regional party here in the state of Nagaland, and they have stated that it is not because they are not getting any candidates to contest in this ensuing election, but it is that they are looking for quality candidates who they are very sure that they will win this election. And just days before the polling, the Secretary General of the NPF party had exuded confidence that they are looking at least for 12 to 15 seats being won by the NPF. It is also to be mentioned here, Wasbir, that in the last 2018 general election, the NPF, who happened to be sitting in the opposition party, also won the single largest majority, the single largest party, by winning 26 seats out of the 59 assembly constituencies that they had fielded the candidates. So, yes, we will definitely be asking the president of the NPF party of why the party had fielded only 20 candidates this time around.
Absolutely, Sarah. I'll leave you at this point. Stand by. If you're not going anywhere, just stand by. I'm coming to you, Chiban. Let me go to Arindam Das, our chief of bureau, standing by in Tura. Arindam, what is the mood in Tura? High profile location, high profile, districts. That is the Garo Hills. The Chief Minister Conrad Sangma is a candidate. The former Chief Minister and the primary challenger Mukul Sangma is a candidate. And Bernard Marak, who is the controversial Vice President of the BJP, who was jailed by the Conrad Sangma government, he is the main challenger of Conrad Sangma. So what's going on? What is the mood? And when is the Chief Minister, or for that matter, Dr. Mukul Sangma, casting their vote? Arindam.
That's right, Wasbir. There are 24 assembly constituencies in Garo Hills, and these 24 assembly constituencies is who is going to form the government in Meghalaya, because we have seen high-profile campaigning by all the political parties, whether it be the BJP, the TMC, the Congress, or any other parties. They have gone on a very high-profile campaigning in Garo Hills because they know that this is going to be a deciding factor. And as you have said, we are right now in Tura. We are at the Social Welfare Training Center in Dakobre in Tura, which has been turned into a polling station. And Tura is the hot seat. Definitely Tura is the hot seat because Chief Minister Conrad Sangma is contesting from this constituency. Against him is the Vice President of Meghalaya BJP, Bernard Marak, and also there is a young candidate from TMC, Richard Marak. So this is definitely the hot seat of Meghalaya Assembly elections. So now let me show you the atmosphere here since morning. This is the polling station at Dakobre. This is the Social Welfare Training Center, which has been turned into a polling station. And as you can see, these are the polling agents who are sitting right outside the polling station, and they are sitting with the voters list. So whoever is coming, they are showing their valid government ID proof, and they are checking their names in this list. And after getting a slip from these polling agents, they are moving ahead to cast their votes, and you can see that a large number of voters have already turned up since morning. We have been here since early morning. We have seen people, though the polling station gates were opened at 7 a.m. when the EVM machine got activated, but people were seen queuing up in large numbers since 6 a.m. in the morning. So we can say that the voter turnout is going to be high, looking at the turnout in the morning, because it's always been said that the morning shows the day. So since morning we have seen that large number of people have already queued to cast their votes, and this is the Social Welfare Training Center
Right.
in Dakobre in Tura, and
Right.
this is a very
Arindam,
systematic and disciplined.
yes. Arindam, when is Conrad Sangma and Dr. Mukul Sangma, what time are they going to cast their votes?
What we have come to know from our sources that Chief Minister Conrad Sangma will be casting his vote around 10:30 in Tura, whereas former Chief Minister and TMC leader Dr. Mukul Sangma will be casting his vote at Ampati along with his daughter Miana Desira. So this is the timing we have come to know so far, but yes, we will be getting more details in time to come.
All right. Stand by, Arindam. Let me go to Chiben Chukubong, our correspondent at the moment in Dimapur. Chiben, good morning to you. Dimapur has about 8 to 9 constituencies, so it's a very busy place. A lot of hectic political activity during the run-up to the elections. It was the campaign hub during the last few weeks, and today there is voting all around 9 constituencies. So what are you picking up? What's going on?
Very good morning to you, Wasbir. Yes, indeed, there is, a wave, a surge of energy today, especially this particular day. People have all come here, as you have seen in the visuals that are flashing. So the energy is massive, and everybody, irrespective of where they are from, whether they have or they have nots, if I can put it that way, they are all here to perform or to cast their vote in favor of the right candidate. So that is what all the people are here for today. And yes, you have said about the number of constituencies. So if I may weigh in here, yes, Dimapur has 3 constituencies overall, 1, 2, and 3. And then there comes Kaspani 1 and 2. And then from Perian and Tening, so those are different constituencies. So within this Dimapur district jurisdiction, there are 3 candidates. And yes, we have all of the political parties, candidates from all of the political parties who are in the fray in this year's 2023 assembly elections. So the energy is massive. All the candidates have campaigned extensively. They have canvassed, they have reached out to the people as much as they can, leaving no stone unturned, and they have done everything that they could to woo the voters of their constituencies. So the candidates have done their part as far as the campaign is concerned. But now let us have to wait and watch what the candidates or what the voters will do, what their ultimately what their choice or who their choices will be.
Absolutely, Chiben, carry on. You try to have a bite with the candidates when they come to vote. Also speak, interact with the voters. We'll come to you sooner than later. So this brisk voting going on, and in the meantime, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just tweeted. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted urging people of Meghalaya and Nagaland, particularly the young and first-time voters, to vote in record numbers today. That's what the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said. He has tweeted urging people of Meghalaya and Nagaland, particularly the young and first-time voters, to vote in record numbers today. That is the tweet from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So basically this is a brisk voting going on. We'll also try to talk to the chief electoral officers on the phone. We'll tell my producers to connect us to the chief electoral officers of Nagaland and Meghalaya. We'll try and speak to them. But before that, let's listen in to what some of the candidates in both Meghalaya and Nagaland had told our reporters a short while ago after casting their votes.
Mr. Khakrang, I would like to ask you, you just cast your vote. How hopeful are you for the BJP this time?
We are winning.
You're winning.
Yeah, confident.
Okay, this time your BJP is making a massive push in Meghalaya compared to last time. BJP is confident that they will increase their seat tally. What do you have to say on this?
Uh, it's for everyone to see that people in Meghalaya are their the desire now is for development, and to see that BJP is the only party that can bring about development. So definitely the tally of the BJP will increase. And my wife has just finished her casting just now. So, and you'll see in a second. Things will change.
So we want to ask you that this time TMC is also contesting here in Meghalaya. In your seat in North Shillong, TMC is also giving a very stiff competition. Congress is already there. How much of factor or how much of competition do you feel from your opponents in the Congress or the TMC?
We have.
Okay, these are live visuals from Kohima. That is Dr. Sarojile, the president of the NPF, former chief minister, coming in that constituency to cast his votes. Our reporter Sarah Konyak is definitely there. We will bring you what Dr. Sarojile has to say. This is Dr. Sarojile Lejitsu, the president of the Nagaland People's Front, the main opposition party, former chief minister. He is coming out to vote in the constituency. We will try and speak to him. Sarah is of course there, our reporter. Let's listen. If at all he speaks something now. Let's stay with those visuals at the moment. Yes, Sarah, go ahead. Sarah, go ahead. You're live.
Yes, Wasbir, right now I'm here with the president of the Naga People's Front, Dr. Shorzile Lezitsu. He's here to cast his vote. Well, sir, my first question to you, NPF is the oldest regional party in the state and also in the entire Northeast region. You have ruled the state for the last 15 years till 2018. What are some of the main factors of why NPF has fielded candidates in only 20 seats?
I'm sorry to say that this time the BJP and DPP alliance, they did their best to uproot this regional party. We do not know how they have made serious attempt on that, but they could not uproot because this party is the only party which has its root in the Naga soil. Other parties are all, I should say, tourists. They are all tourists. They'll be here. After some time, they'll go away again. Whereas my party will be here for all time to come till the Naga problem is amicably solved.
How confident are you about your candidates, your party's performance in these 2023 elections?
We have been facing some difficulties. I want to be frank, because they have pre-planned this attempt to finish us. And so we could not get sufficient time to reorganize ourselves. So this time, we may not be able to do much.
Also, what were some of the challenges which your party faced as you are fielding candidates only in 20 seats?
That's the difficulty that what I have explained to you. We have many aspiring candidates, but I could not accommodate all when I have my own difficulties.
Do you see your party in the government, or do you see your party this time around also in the opposition? What are your thoughts? Do you have any pre-poll understanding for post-poll alliance?
Frankly, I think it is too early for anybody to predict the arrangement that will come after the election. So it's too early to talk about it. But not only me, even you also, even everybody, it may be too early to predict that now. We do not know what will happen after the poll.
My last question to you. The agenda, the Indo-Naga political issue has always been the top agenda of the Naga People's Front, be it election, be it during the election time or no election time. So apart from the Indo-Naga political issue, what are the new agendas which the NPF party will be addressing to for the people of Nagaland after the polls?
Well, regarding this political issue,
No slugs.
we have been
slugs.
talking the same thing for the last 60 years. But why it drags on? Because the government of India is not sincere. And you know, the Naga undergrounds also, we do not know how they are sincere in their sacrifice. That's what they call. Because in this election, I will tell you, the IM people is directly against my party in this particular constituency. And somewhere else, I think they are playing very actively. So sometimes it's very difficult to understand the complexity of the Naga politicians as well as the so-called national workers. And apart from this political issue, you know, what the government is today, everybody understands. This is not a welfare government. A welfare government covers so many different subjects where you have to make the people happy, where you have to make the citizens self-sufficient and allow them to live under peaceful atmosphere. I think in Nagaland, all these are lacking now that everybody understands. So that is our agenda. That the main agenda is, if we get the opportunity, we must provide a welfare government to the people of Nagaland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Wasbir, we have just heard from the NPF President, Dr. Shirzole, and he has made a very big allegation, a very big statement. He has openly admitted
Yes,
that
Sarah.
they are NEC and
Yeah, you
IM.
know, Sarah, this is Sarah. If you can hear me, very significant statement made by Dr. Sorozile there. He said that, first of all, he said that the BJP NDPP tried to uproot the NPF but could not. Then he's saying that IM, NSC and IM is opposed to NPF, particularly in this constituency. That is a very significant statement that Dr. Sorozile has made, isn't it?
Absolutely, Wasbir. The president of the COC party have admitted that they could not field more than 22 candidates in this election due to many challenges and factors, and also the fact that he had stated that the BJP NDPP alliance had tried to uproot the NPF from contesting from the soil, from the Naga soil, from the state here. However, they could not achieve that. And yes, the another significant statement that he made is that he alleged that the NEC and IM is particularly playing some role, particularly in this constituency, to stop the NPF or to create some kind of situation. This is what the president have stated. Although if we look back then to Wasbir, the NEC and IM had already issued a statement that they are directly or indirectly not involved in any of the election in the polls here in the state of Nagaland. However, a very big statement coming from the NPF president with regard to the participation of the NEC and IM.
Absolutely,
Wasbir.
Sarah. Absolutely, Sarah. This is the biggest statement. It's the big breaking news. Big breaking news at this point in time. We want it splashed on our slugs. The big breaking news is that a sensational allegation made by the president of the NPF, Dr. Sarojile Lejitsu, that the NSC and IM has been opposing his party, particularly in the constituency from where he is contesting. So that is a significant statement. We'll try and get a response, if at all possible, from the NSC and IM. But on the officially, the NSC and IM, or for that matter, the other Naga rebel groups have said that they have nothing to do with the elections. They neither support nor oppose the elections. Remember, viewers, a couple of days ago there was a letter doing the rounds where the local NSC and IM commander had urged voters, or they issued a diktat to voters in the Along Taki constituency not to vote for the BJP president Temjani Mnalong, who is the candidate from there. Of course, later the NSCNIM said that there was no directive issued centrally and that they are investigating into the matter. We'll go for a short break. When I come back, I will also have panelists on the show joining me live from Kohima and Shillong.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
গুড ডে কিহৰ কাৰণে
তুমি দেউতা হ'বলৈ ওলাইছা টানটাৰা
ডাঙৰ মুহূৰ্তলৈ কিয় কৰে ৱেট সৰু এটা পলু হ'ব পাৰে গ্ৰেট গুড ডেৰ সৈতে কৰক সেলিব্ৰেট
হাৰ্ট কোলেষ্ট্ৰল মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিক্যালি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
Okay, welcome back, viewers, to this live broadcast. We are bringing you minute-to-minute coverage of the voting day in Nagaland and Meghalaya. We have listened to several of the political leaders, their views, but the most sensational statement, the big breaking news at this point is from Nagaland, where the president of the NPF, that is the main opposition party in the state, Dr. Sorojile Lejitsu, alleging that the NSCNIM is opposed to the NPF, particularly in his constituency. That is what he made the claim. We don't have a response from the NSCNIM yet. But that is a sensational statement. And he's also accused the BJP and NDPP combined of doing their best to try and dislodge or try and uproot, that is the word he used, the NPF from Nagaland. We have Dr. Prasenjit Biswas, well-known political commentator, professor at Nehru University, joining me live from Shillong. And I also have Mr. Larshing Ming, a well-known business leader and a keen observer of politics and society, joining me live. Gentlemen, welcome to this live broadcast. First of all, let me come to you, Dr. Prasenjit Biswas. How important are these elections in both Nagaland and Meghalaya in the overall national landscape?
Indeed, these elections are going to show a different political combination altogether. The political issues are very different from the national mainstream. In the national mainstream, development becomes the main agenda. But local issues concerning peace in Nagaland and in case of Meghalaya, certain local issues like regulation of mining, inner line permit, and also overall educational and health sector related issues have become the main issues in Meghalaya. So therefore, the political forces have combined depending on the local necessities. NDPP and BJP combine apparently for having a kind of a peace process moving forward, haven't really succeeded on the ground. And that's where NPF will cash some anti-incumbency votes. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, there is a fragmented political opinion. Local parties have a tacit understanding. UDP, BPP have emerged to be the major local forces.
Right.
While NPP and BJP and TMC and Congress are battling partly on local, partly on national issues. Therefore, they are facing a tough challenge from the local and regional parties. And that will be the key swinging factor in Meghalaya.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
Walter.
So these are significant elections. That's what Prasenjit Biswas is saying. Coming to you, Larsing Ming, Larsing, what are the highlights of this election? How is it different? Is it any different at all? Because the five major political parties, everybody is fielding a large number of candidates. You see the Congress with nobody, not a single member in the outgoing assembly fielding 60 candidates. The BJP with 2 members in the outgoing assembly fielding 60 candidates. The NPP, the dominant ruling partner, fielding 57 candidates. The Trinamool fielding 56 candidates. Even the UDP fielding 46 candidates. So large number of candidates, and there are 44 independents. So anything can happen, isn't it?
Yes, Wasbir, good morning. So this election is very, very different from other elections, because if you look at Meghalaya, we have 24 seats in the Garo Hills and another 36 in the Khasi Jaintia Hills. Traditionally, over the last so many decades, we've never had one party have majority. It's always been coalition, but we always have a lead party with about 20 to 25 seats.
Okay, Larsing, can I interrupt you for a moment? I'm joined live from Shillong by the Meghalaya Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Frederick Kharkongar. Mr. Frederick Kharkongar, the CEO of Meghalaya, live on Northeast Live. Good morning to you. Fantastic arrangements made by the election department under you, Mr. Kharkongar. What is the situation? How is the voting going on?
Yeah, thank you very much to the Northeast Live. I think I'm speaking to Mr. Wasbir Hussain.
Yes.
Polling has started at the crack of dawn, and large number of voters were seen at all the polling stations across Khasi and Jaintia Hills. The women voters especially were very enthusiastic, and we had senior citizens and first-time voters, and we in fact awarded the first five early voters. We have also given them mementos, and also the newly registered voters, the 18 plus, also we have given them mementos just to encourage the early voting. So far, the polling is going on briskly, and we have no adverse reports as such. Of course, in some polling stations there was a bit of a machine malfunction, but that was resolved quickly. And all machines are, all polling stations are about 60% of the polling stations is under webcast, so we are monitoring them, very closely. And so far, everything is going on normally and peacefully.
Now, Mr. Kharkongar, what about the security arrangements? How many personnel, roughly 10,000, 15,000, 20,000? How many security personnel are on the ground? Because you have done your best to ensure that there is a free and fair election and there is no element of fear lurking around anywhere.
Right. So we have made elaborate security arrangements. We have about 600 plus vulnerable polling stations and about 300 plus critical. And critical and vulnerable is about 84. We have 119 companies. About 40 companies had already come prior to the Tripura polls. And after Tripura polls, another 79 were inducted. So all the paramilitary forces are on the ground and they're being deployed at each and every polling station. And all elaborate security is being maintained at all the polling places.
Right. And our viewers would also like to know what are the special arrangements that you have done this time around to make people aware and also to facilitate easy voting by the specially able people, or for that matter elderly citizens.
Yeah, so this time, for the very first time, we have the concept of home voting. So senior citizens 80 plus and also the people with disability, our polling teams went to their houses for those who had applied Form D, and there was quite enthusiastic response from all the senior citizens above 80 and PWDs. And even at the polling stations, we have deployed poll volunteers to help and assist senior voters and also people with disability. On the question of voter awareness, last time our polling turnout in 2018 elections was 86.9%, and this time we are hoping that we'll at least touch 90%. Of course, in one AC, polling has been adjourned because of the death of a contesting candidate about a week prior to the polls. So we'll be going into the polls. There'll be 59 poll going ACs out of 60 this time.
Okay, the unfortunate death of that candidate. Have you fixed the date when the elections voting is going to take place in that constituency?
Yeah, so the returning officer has already adjourned the polls as per the rules, and the proposal has gone to the election commission. The dates will be fixed by the election commission in due course of time.
All right, Mr. Frederick Kalkongo, they're a very busy man today. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Northeast Live. We'll try and come back to you later in the day to know about the voting trend as well as the percentage and if there is anything significant to report. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalkongo. All right, that was the CEO of Meghalaya, Frederick Kalkongo, speaking exclusively to your channel, Northeast Live. We'll go back to Mr. Larsing Ming. Yes, Larsing, sorry about that. I was asking you, what are the highlights of this elections? Any different, anything that, strikes you?
So as I was mentioning, Wasbir, so as for the sake of listeners and viewers from outside Meghalaya, basically we have 24 seats in the Garo Hills and 36 in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills. Traditionally, the Congress was the only party with a pan-Meghalaya presence, and the regional parties were largely active in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills. So therefore, we should see the Congress dominate the 24 seats in Garo Hills, and the 36 would be fragmented. However, in this elections, with the sort of dissemination of the Congress in the sense of the fact that all the sitting MLAs left the Congress prior to these elections, we have a very, very weak Congress, very new candidates. Whereas there is the emergence of new national parties into the fray. So we have TMC coming in with a very, very new big presence, with Dr. Mukul Sangma leading the charge there. And then we have the BJP also playing a much, much more active role as compared to the previous elections. We've seen the Prime Minister address a rally in Tura, do a road show and address people in Shillong. We've had the Home Minister. So there are a lot of new players in this election. So in that sense, what is new is that this is perhaps the most fragmented elections that Meghalaya has seen so far, with no clear pan-Meghalaya, presence for any party. Undoubtedly, the NPP, being the incumbent, has got a lot of sitting legislators, but outside of that, all the others have a lot of new candidates coming into the fray. So that's interesting.
Absolutely. We'll also go try and connect to several civil society leaders in Nagaland, like Dr. Rosemary Zuvitsu, Mr. Chuba Ozuko, Mr. Elu Endang, Mr. Teza Terry. We'll take their comments shortly on the phone. Our producers will connect you to them to get their views. But let me come to Dr. Prasenjit Biswas. Dr. Prasenjit Biswas, these elections are taking place almost just about a year left for the general elections, that is the national elections, Lok Sabha elections. How important is this small states from the BJP NDA point of view?
Yes, BJP NDA has to really continue to enhance their support in states like Nagaland, Tripura and Meghalaya. Now, the interconnected nature of politics is such that if one of the states of Northeast has a reversal for the ruling party, etc., that will impact the neighboring Tigua state. Therefore, BJP somehow has to vote. Now, what is Meghalaya and is that cannot be polarized by the same as they do in Uttar Pradesh or in other parts of the country. Therefore, there is a difference the ground. And issues like the religious question of secularism, question of food habits, question of certain extreme blend of politics into question in hill tribes states like Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, or Meghalaya. So BJP has to very deftly negotiate those issues in order to carry the confidence of the people. Can you hear me, Wasbir?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Therefore, I would say that there are certain segments of population which are very much wary about BJP's national politics. Unless the agenda of development and carrying the trust of every section of people is properly attained in other parts of the country, and there is a positive propaganda about BJP's agenda, certain segments of people will always be skeptical about BJP's politics. And this is what has happened in Meghalaya, Nagaland, and also in Arunachal Pradesh at the ground level. Now, the other issue is that BJP's performance or non-performance at the center will not matter much for states like Meghalaya or Nagaland. In the states like Meghalaya and Nagaland at the local level, the local leadership of BJP has to be seen as people who are able to attract the attention of people, who are able to mobilize the people for local issues. Only then, probably from the ruling party's point of view, these elections will
you know, Prasenjit, we will go to Shillong, where BJP leader and former minister A.L. Hek, who is contesting from the Pinton Mukra constituency, just spoken to the media. Let's listen into what A.L. Hek had to say.
See, voting is a voting, election is an election. But we are working, we had worked very hard. Definitely, God also is there with His blessing. And I know we'll have also get the blessing and the response of the people. So we are working very hard. And the party as a whole, also we had set up about almost 60 seats in all the constituencies. And we are expecting that this time, the BJP-led government in the state of Meghalaya, without any doubt.
But how do you see the post-poll scenario? I mean, like polling party or political parties coming together. So, what is BJP's stand on having post-poll?
See, the post-poll scenario is a fracture mandate, purely a fracture mandate, and nobody is going to get majority. We'll be far away from the majority. So we have to go for coalitions. So we'll have with like-minded political parties to work together. But this is very sure and definitely without BJP, nobody can form government. So BJP-led government will be in the state of Meghalaya.
Well, that is a very, very significant statement already declared. This is the first political leader from Meghalaya who has declared. Mr. A.L. Hek, a very veteran politician, BJP top leader and a former minister, saying that no political party is going to get an absolute majority. There will be nowhere near a majority. There will be a fractured mandate, and that the post-poll scenario will be a government comprising of like-minded parties. That is the big breaking story. A.L. Hek already declaring that it is going to be a fractured mandate, and the new government will be a government that will comprise of like-minded parties. So that is what is the big statement coming from Meghalaya from A.L. Hek. And some defining visuals from polling in Shillong. BJP and Congress candidates from North Shillong constituency seen standing together in the queue to cast their votes. There on the screen are BJP's M. Kakrang and Congress's J.A. Lingdo standing together to cast their votes. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the BJP and Congress candidates standing side by side in Shillong to cast their votes. So yes. Okay, we don't have that visuals right now. We don't have that visuals right now. We will also try and go. Yes, these are the visuals. These are the visuals. That is M. Kakrang in a gray suit. We should stay with these visuals. We should stay with these visuals. So this is an interesting visual from Shillong. So basically, as Prasenjit Biswas was saying, or for that matter, as Larsing Ming was saying these are crucial elections from the national standpoint. But Larsing, are you surprised? ALHEC saying that there is going to be a surprise, there is going to be a fractured verdict, and the next government will be a combination of like-minded parties. He has already declared it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so because, as I mentioned earlier, so if you look at we had a coalition government for the last 5 years. So normally in an election, you have an incumbent government or a coalition, and you have an anti-incumbent, or let's say an opposition, that is fighting the incumbent. In these elections, the opposition is a totally new one. TMC is a party that has been relevant in Meghalaya only for 2 to 3 years. So how much of impact they'll have in 60 seats is to be seen. And besides that, who else is filling this anti-incumbency space? Because you know that there's anti-incumbency in every election. So we have parties like VPP formed in the last 2 months. How much of an impact can they create? And then you have the BJP, which has been in government, but has also been sending out signals for the last 2 years on corruption-related issues, despite being in the government. So what kind of space do they take in these elections is going to be interesting, because in Garo Hills, are they also going to be perceived as to be part of the existing or a new dispensation? Similarly, in the Khasi Jaintia Hills. So it's a unique election in that sense in Meghalaya. A lot of change happening even in terms of political formations. Another thing is, if you look at the incumbent MLAs, I think the NPP may have the maximum number of sitting MLAs. I don't know the numbers, but it will be close to 30. So one party has almost 50% of existing MLAs.
Right.
While the remaining 5 parties will probably have the remaining 30. So this will also determine what will happen eventually, whether there is an anti-incumbency or a pro-incumbency.
Right. We will shortly. I'm coming to you first, Prasenjit Biswas, but later we will listen to the bite of Dr. Sorozole Lizitsu and Amparin Lingdo Sorozole Lizitsu making very, very significant remarks there. But Prasenjit Biswas, all the political parties contesting above 60 seats, above 50 seats, Congress 60 seats, BJP contesting 60 seats, Trinamool contesting 56 seats, and NPP contesting 57 seats, UDP contesting 46 seats, contesting a large number of seats in Garo Hills. And there are new political parties. Now ALHEC said that there is going to be a fractured mandate going, considering the fact that so many parties are contesting so many seats. Now, Mr. Larsing Ming does not think so, that there will be a fractured mandate, but what is your take?
Yes, I think I agree with Larsing, because in the Khasi Jaintia Hills, I can see a distinct wave in favor of the UDP, BPP, HSPDP, PDF, and other local parties. Now, electorate are bending towards local issues. In such a situation, we would suddenly see emergence of certain local parties almost nearing the cutoff mark of 30. And in that case, the fractured mandate will not be as fractured as national parties are expecting it to be. So therefore, I would say that some local parties will be very near to forming the government. Maybe UDP, BPP, and PDF coming together.
Prasenjit, I'll have to cut you here. Prasenjit, sorry about that. I'm connected by top BJP leader Nalin Kohli, which is who is in charge of the elections in Nagaland. Mr. Nalin Kohli, good morning and welcome to this live broadcast. How is everything? Where are you at this point in time?
Good morning, Wasbir, and good morning to all your viewers of Northeast Live. Good to speak with you. As you know, that today is a very, very important day for 3 states going to polls: Nagaland, Meghalaya, Tripura. And we believe, given Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's Act East policy and the huge focus on development, we are very, very hopeful that the voters of these places will bless the BJP candidates and that we will be in government in all places. No doubt about it.
Now, Mr. Kohli, it's a very interesting scenario in Nagaland. The NDPP, your alliance partner, is contesting 40 seats. You are contesting 20 seats. That is taken care of, all the 60 seats. Now, the main opposition party is the NPF is contesting only 20 seats. Do you look at it as a walkover given to the NDPP, BJP combined?
So that's a good question, Vasudhir, and there are a few aspects to it. The first is in 2018. We had an alliance of 40-20. NDPP contested 40, we contested 20. And we have been in an alliance government for the last 5 years. The same thing our senior party leaders decided, that BJP is always true to its alliance partners. We continued with the alliance on the same formula in 2008-23 also. And what we noticed, that no political party is even attempting to contest 30 seats. All political parties are contesting 20 or less seats, which is a clear indication, at least all serious political parties who have presence in Nagaland, it is a clear indication that they also acknowledge that this alliance, where Prime Minister Modi's government is focused so much on the Northeast and in Nagaland in particular, and Chief Minister Rio and our government has done a lot of work over the last 5 years, is poised for a repeat.
Right. Now another trend, Nalin, which we witnessed in the last 2 months or 1 month particularly, is that, the BJP, your party had unleashed its topmost leaders, starting from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah to the party president JP Nadda, and everybody were in Tripura, they were in Nagaland, they were in Meghalaya. But compared to that, the other national party, quote unquote, as of today, the Congress, they didn't seem to take any interest as far as the campaigning is concerned. Do you think they had more faith in their local leaders than the BJP?
So I'll answer both aspects separately, Vasudhir. First, there is no doubt that Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is our tallest, most popular leader. And whenever the party requests him to give time, he always gives time, and it makes a big difference to the entire election process. In Dimapur, we had a huge rally of about 15,000 people. And the minute Prime Minister Modi came on the stage, as anywhere else, Modi, that chant, his message of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas is consistently, and it has been resonating so strongly across India. And in the Northeast particularly, where in the last 8 years, infrastructure development has grown manifold. If you recall his speech in Shillong, he had pointed out that prior to Prime Minister Modi assuming office, the total amount of infrastructure development by all governments before him was less than 2 lakh crores. And in the last 8.5 years, this figure is now 7 lakh crores. It's a huge focus on infrastructure and development. And the BJP, obviously, as a political party, with its positive agenda of development, is benefiting the blessings of the people in terms of votes and seats. Then when we look at campaigning, the joint campaign was launched by our national president, JP Nadda ji, along with Chief Minister Rio and Kohima. He released our vision document. Then our Union Home Minister, Amit Shah ji, came to Eastern Nagaland. He's the first Home Minister in the history of India to spend a night in Eastern Nagaland in Mon town. That is historic. He attended huge rallies both in Mon and Tuinsang, almost about 9 to 10,000. Your channel was there to cover both of them, so you've shown it already. Then we've had Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Chief Minister of Assam, who is a very, very popular and important figure now nationally, but in the Northeast certainly. And Dr. Sarma, when he came, he campaigned on multiple dates, one day jointly with Chief Minister Rio, traveled to the 3 seats where women candidates are contesting. So the line was 2 chief ministers campaigning for 3 women seats, in addition to other seats. So we've, of course, had a galaxy of leaders, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, we've had Kiran Rijiju, we've had Sarvanand Sonowal. So many of the leaders came and campaigned because the BJP leaders are Karyakartas first. And when they come, that is their duty, what they do it, and that's how the party has grown, because we are Karyakartas first before anything else. Now to come to the Congress party.
Absolutely.
Your question on the Congress party, one wonders whether it is a national party or a notional party. In Nagaland, the Congress party is absolutely invisible on the ground. You don't see their candidates, you don't see their district president, mandal president, you don't know if they have booths, you see no flags, no campaigning. all we saw was press conferences hurling disinformation and abuse. So they were only in Dimapur to do press conferences and claim that they are a national party.
Before I let you go, Mr. Nalin Kohli, take the case of Meghalaya. There were only 2 BJP MLAs, and a lot of people were saying that BJP cannot contest 60 seats because they are not going to get candidates. But now we have the BJP contesting all the 60 seats. How do you look at this trend?
So in Meghalaya, I was the Prabhari for 4 to 5 years leading up to the 2018 elections. And if we go back to a little bit of history, when I took over charge as Prabhari, Meghalaya, the total vote share of the BJP in 2013 was 1.5% votes. In 2018, when we finished the elections, our vote share had gone up dramatically to 9.7% votes. We won 2 seats, but we came second in 6 other seats. So very good groundwork had been done. And now, after Prime Minister Modi has been in government, people have seen what his government stands for development. That wave of development is, all across. After we've seen government after government in the Northeast come in Assam, the speed with which development is happening, that also impacts the states around it. They also look at it that we want to be part of this double engine approach. So I think the BJP contesting 60 seats was a logical movement in terms of the organizational work that preceded it and in terms of the development work that is our prime focus.
Absolutely, Mr. Nalin Kohli there, the national spokesperson of the BJP and the Prabhari in Nagaland. Thank you very much for speaking to me on this live broadcast as the 2 states go to polls. And there's voting going on, there's brisk voting going on in both the states. And we are bringing you live coverage of the voting in both Meghalaya and Nagaland. We will go to Nagaland. We will try to see what is happening in Nagaland. We were on visuals of Nagaland. What is happening in Nagaland? We need to shuffle between Nagaland and Meghalaya as far as the visuals are concerned. We also want to know where is Chiben and where is Sarah Konyak. But at this point in time, we'll take a very, very short break. When I come back, I will go to some of the civil society leaders in Nagaland. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this very short break.
শিশুৱে সাধাৰণতে গাখীৰ নাখায় সেয়ে ভাৰতত প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে আমি গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ পৰা প্ৰস্তুত কৰিছো পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিট আৰু সেয়াও ময়দা কোলেষ্ট্ৰল আৰু ট্ৰান্স ফেট ৰহিত পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিটৰ এটা পেকেটত আছে 1 কাপ পৰিমাণৰ গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ স্বাস্থ্যকৰ সোৱাদ
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
বাইদেউ প্ৰথম পিম্পল তাতে আকৌ সোবাদি আৰু কি আছে এইটো আছে নহয় হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেস ওয়াশ পিছে ইয়াৰ সায়েন্স কিনো ই ফুল সোপ ফ্ৰী ই পিম্পলছ বাৰে বাৰে ওলোৱাত বাধা দিয়ে
ই ক্লিনিক্যালি প্ৰভেন ইয়াত আছে নিম আৰু হালধিৰ গুণ ই পিম্পলছ আঁতৰাই আৰু স্কিন কৰি তোলে হেলথি পিম্পলৰ বাবে সায়েন্সৰ কথা শুনা হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেস ওয়াশ
দেশৰ প্ৰতিখন ঘৰেই মোৰ পৰিয়াল আৰু মোৰ প্ৰতিজ্ঞা হ'ল প্ৰতিখন ঘৰলৈ 100% বিশুদ্ধ সামগ্ৰী যোগান ধৰাটো পতঞ্জলি গৰুৰ ঘি কচ্চি ঘানি সৰিয়হৰ তেল মছলা কেশৰ আটা ডালি তথা চাউল আদি সকলো সামগ্ৰী পতঞ্জলিৰে ঘৰলৈ আনিব নিজৰ মৰমৰ শিশুটো আৰু পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m.
Welcome back to this live broadcast on voting day as Nagaland and Meghalaya go to polls. Let me cut across straight to Nagaland, where I'm joined by the General Secretary of the Naga Hoho, Mr. Elu Endang. Good morning to you, Mr. Elu Endang. Good morning to you. Where are you and how is voting going on? What are your thoughts?
Good morning, Wasbir. I am in my home constituency, and I vote. Of course, I have already casted my vote. The polling situation out here is quite normal. It's quite peaceful, and voters are quite enthusiastic to participate, and young and old have participated. Particularly the first-time voters, many have turned out in the home constituency.
Right. I think voters have come out. Many of the first-time voters have come out. That's what Elu Endang has said. We will take some live visuals if possible. These are slightly older visuals. We'll stay with the live visuals. Yes, Elu Endang, what is the significance of this elections according to you?
Well, this election should bring about change and development. That is what the people, the common people, have been expecting, and the people have been.
Right.
This time round, we can see some concrete development because lots of political parties, unlike other years, have come in, and we can also foresee that there may not be any absolute majority by any of the political parties, but there could be some, apart from the people.
But interestingly, Elu Endang, the main opposition party NPF is contesting only 20 seats. So it is just like giving a walkover to the NDPP BJP combined.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, NPF has fielded only 20 candidates, but had there been no absolute majority by any of the political parties, I'm sure there will be other political parties joining in to strengthen the government.
All right. Breaking news is that the Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister Y. Patton just cast his vote at Refrain village under Tiwi Assembly constituency. Y. Patton has just cast his vote at the Refrain village in Tiwi Assembly constituency. Patton is contesting against Sensumo Lotha of the JDU and Y. Kikon of the Rashtriya Janata Dal. That is very interesting, isn't it, Prasenjit? That JDU and the Rashtriya Janata Dal has also put up candidates in Nagaland, Prasenjit. Okay, Prasenjit's audio is not there. My producer's Prasenjit's audio is not there. So Prasenjit, your audio is not there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think I had muted it. Sorry. So I'm saying that since 90s, JDU, LJP, and also some other political parties like Ramdas Athabale's political party also, and LJP, these parties have been putting up candidates in various peripheral places of Nagaland and Manipur to register their national presence. So therefore, there is no exception to that. And some of them have won also assembly elections, and contested also the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha elections sometime. So therefore, it's a healthy development that various national political parties are present in states like Meghalaya and Nagaland, along with the stronger local and national parties. So we should have this multi-party democracy, and multi-party democracy will create a situation of debate, a mutual questioning of each other, which will enlighten the voter to really choose the best candidate. So this is a very significant development, I would say, and we have to take notice of this. Apart from that, there are certain new local parties, such as Voice of People Party in Meghalaya, and it has created a kind of wave for itself in terms of campaign. So therefore, we have to really take note of these political parties. They are new entrants and old entrants, but at the same time, they carry with them a set of captive voters. Wasbir. Yeah.
Absolutely. Lars Singh, I'm coming to you, but let me go quickly once again to Elu and Dang. Elu, 181 candidates in Nagaland, but only 4 women candidates. Now, it's part of a trend of among political parties in Nagaland not to field women candidates.
Yeah, at this time we have 4 women candidates. And in fact, winning or losing is not a question here, but in fact, winning or losing is not a question, but the women folk coming out to contest, to participate in the election itself speaks. And that's the thing of the women coming out to face the election. Therefore, we are hopeful that in the days to come, the women participation will strengthen the process of the election.
Right. Now, Lars Singh, one of the interesting thing is that, this time we witnessed unprecedented war of words in Meghalaya, unprecedented. Dr. Mukul Sangma calling Conrad Sangma racial and uncivilized. So what does it indicate? Does it indicate that everybody was, fighting with their back to the wall because it is going to be a blistering contest? It's going to be a very, very keen contest with all parties fielding 50 to 60 seats.
My entire statement, right from the beginning, saying that this is the most fragmented elections that perhaps Meghalaya has ever seen. And the reality of the current political circumstances indicate that it is going to be a fractured mandate. So I'm not going to be bold enough to go against what Mr. Heck had said. So we are looking at a very, very fractured mandate. And maybe that's one of the reasons why this time's elections has been so hotly contested, in the sense of people name calling, and there's been a lot of accusations against each other. It is undoubtedly.
Lars Singh, just hold on, Lars Singh. I'm now joined by senior BJP leader Mr. Rituraj Sinha, the BJP co-convener in the Northeast, who was a most popular face during the campaigning. He was in the media all along. Mr. Rituraj Sinha, welcome to this live broadcast. I'm Wasbir Hussain here covering this live broadcast, bringing from the entire state of Nagaland and Meghalaya. So how is the situation? What are you picking up? How is the mood among the people according to your reports?
Well, let's firstly, thanks for having me. Let's begin with Nagaland. I think Nagaland BJP is contesting in an alliance with NDPP, our partner. They are contesting 20 seats. Since the morning, the reports that I have received are very favorable and positive. People are turning out in large numbers. People are turning out to vote for peace and for development, which has been our election campaign theme throughout. Modi for peace and development. In the last 5 years, the NDPP BJP government led by CM Rio has delivered a stable government, has by and large ensured peace in the state, and most importantly, the central government has enhanced significantly the spend for Nagaland to development projects, not just the central schemes, but also supporting the state government to do more for the people. So I think people are going to clearly vote in that favor, and we are very confident that NDPP BJP alliance is coming back to power in Nagaland with a thumping majority.
No, Mr. Sinha, a lot of people are staying with Nagaland. A lot of people are asking this question. The main opposition party, that is the NPF, is contesting only 20 seats. So do you look at it as some kind of a walkover to the BJP and NDPP combined?
Well, I would say that the opposition has not been able to find enough support at the grassroots to even be in a position to field all 60 candidates. Mr. Surojole's party, NPF, has been very active pre-elections. Initially, they were in favor of boycotting elections. Then they tried other stunts. But the fact is, the people of Nagaland have made up their mind. They want peace. They want development. They know that only PM Modi with CM Rio are the viable alternative. And I would say that NPF fighting 20 seats is basically a result of lack of ground support for NPF.
No. Coming to Meghalaya, everybody is saying, your party leaders have also said that, it's a Bengal party and so on. It has no base at all in the state, etc. That this has no organizational base. But the fact remains, Mr. Sinha, is that as far as Meghalaya is concerned, it's a fight is always on candidates and personalities, not really political parties. Do you agree with this view? And how do you look at the TMC actually?
Well, I consider TMC to be largely a non-entity in this election. TMC started its campaign almost a year back. They started with their traditional approach of approaching large number of Congress people. But the fact is that the people of Meghalaya are well aware that in 2018 there was no TMC in Meghalaya. They also understand that post 2023 there will be no sign of TMC in the state. TMC is not concerned with the issues of Meghalaya. TMC is only interested in acquiring 6% of the votes to stake their claim for a national party status.
But Mr. Sinha, do you think a veteran political leader like Dr. Mukul Sangma will sacrifice his political career just to ensure that TMC gets 6% of the votes and stay as a national party?
Well, Dr. Mukul Sangma basically ran out of options. He has gone to TMC because he didn't have a better option at hand. Dr. Mukul Sangma is a person who is well known in the state, particularly for corruption that happened during his rule, for dynastic politics that he has promoted with his daughter and his wife and everybody fighting elections, as if Meghalaya was a privately owned state where, the ruling.
Right. Now, last question to you. Finally, Mr. Sinha, from the national perspective, ahead of 2024, what significance does this elections in Nagaland and Meghalaya, which sends just two MPs to parliament, what significance does it have for the BJP or for that matter, the NDA? Okay, we have lost that line to Ritura Sinha, the co-convener of the BJP. Thank you very much. In fact, Ritura Sinha there speaking. Now we will listen. We will listen to what Dr. Sorojile Lizitsu has said and what Amparin Lingdo has said and what A.L. Hackett said. These are some of the important statements coming out during the last 2 hours of voting. And we'd also like to go to the Nagaland CEO shortly. And of course, our guests are with us live from different places. We will listen to Sorojile Lizitsu first.
Is the oldest regional party in the state and also in the entire Northeast region. You have ruled the state for the last 15 years till 2018. What are some of the main factors of why NPF has fielded candidates in only 20 seats?
I'm sorry to say that this time the BJP and DPP alliance, they did their best to uproot this regional party. We do not know how they have made serious attempt on that, but they could not uproot because this party is the only party which has its root in the Naga soil. Other parties are all, I should say, tourists. They are all tourists. They'll be here. After some time, they'll go away again. Whereas my party will be here for all time to come till the Naga problem is amicably solved.
The agenda, the Indo-Naga political issue has always been the top agenda of the Naga People's Front, be it election, be it during the election time or no election time. So apart from the Indo-Naga political issue, what are the new agendas which the NPF party will be addressing to for the people of Nagaland after the polls?
Well, regarding this political issue, we have been talking the same thing for the last 60 years. But why it drags on? Because the government of India is not sincere. And you know, the Naga undergrounds also, we do not know how they are sincere in their sacrifice. That's what they call. Because in this election, I will tell you, the IM people is directly against my party in this particular constituency. And somewhere else, I think they are playing very actively. So sometimes it's very difficult to understand the complexity of the Naga politicians as well as the so-called national workers.
We'll listen to A.L. Heck there. He has also made a very significant statement. Acha. A.L. Heck there said that there is going to be a fractured mandate. We don't have that video. We have lost it. Okay, we have a breaking news coming in at this point. The first case of poll violence has been reported from Nagaland today. As per allegations, supporters of NPF candidate Achumbemo Kikon tried to capture a booth and injured villagers in the process. The incident of poll violence has been reported from Bhandari Assembly constituency. First reports of poll violence today from anywhere that is coming in from Nagaland. As per allegations, supporters of NPF candidate Achumbemo Kikon they tried to capture a booth and injured villagers in the process. The incident of poll violence has been reported from Bhandari Assembly constituency. So these are visuals of we can't show some of the visuals. One or two people have been, few people have been injured. We are unable to show clear-cut pictures. These are blurred pictures of the incident that had taken place in the Bhandari Assembly constituency. Okay, we are joined by a well-known academic from Nagaland, Dr. Rosemary Zuvitsu, who is also an advisor of the Naga Mothers Association, well-known academic from Northeastern Hill University, from Nagaland University campus, Nagaland University in Kohima. Dr. Rosemary Zuvitsu, welcome to this live broadcast. Have you cast your vote?
Thank you, Wasbir. No, I plan to go in the afternoon when there's less of a crowd.
Okay, so how is the mood? I mean, like there are a lot of people coming out to vote from quite early, and we also heard the first incidents of poll violence from Okha district in Bhandari Assembly constituency. Supporters of Achumbemo Kikon allegedly there was some scuffle, etc. But that is not the point. Point is, what is the mood of the people? What do you think?
See, Wasbir, I think no matter what everyone says, this election is going to be very crucial for the Nagas, be it any other political party. And I think as far as voters are concerned, there's a lot of enthusiasm coming out. It is very unfortunate, the kind of pre-poll violence as well as the violence reported this morning. Very, very unfortunate. Hopefully, we have some kind of peace prevailing to at least have the day pass peacefully in all the polling stations in Nagaland.
Now, you know, in 2018, Dr. Rosemary Zuvitsu, the slogan that swept Nagaland around the election time was no election, no solution. But this time around, most of the political parties did not bring the Naga issue or the issue of peace top of their agenda. Am I correct, or do you think I am off track?
I think what is disappointing is that the BJP has not actually mentioned the peace initiative in its manifesto, and therefore the Home Minister or the Prime Minister, even the Prime Minister, was silent about it. And so I think these are very strong indications for Nagas to be quite disappointed with what's going to go on. Let us see how the voting pattern goes. For me, I think probably we will see a lot of alliances happening. You know, the real alliance between the BJP and the NNDP and the NDPP probably also is being doubted. Let us see in the next few hours what's going to happen.
But interestingly, Dr. Rosemary, we know that the NDPP and BJP, they are on a seat sharing basis. They are fighting together. But the point is, the main opposition party, that is the NPF, is giving almost like a walkover. They are contesting only 20 seats. What does this mean?
Wasbir, unfortunately, Nagaland is an election of money and muscle power. And the NPF being, in the opposition, though they joined the coalition government later on, I think it's a question of money and also of candidates seeking for those tickets. And though they did have applicants, I'm told that, there was not even a single woman also for the NPF ticket. So it does indicate, I think Nagas are really in a very confused state of mind right now. And personally, for me, I'm very disappointed.
You cannot blame the political parties alone, isn't it? Because even the people, if you want money, power is okay. This is easy to say that there is money, power, and muscle power. But at the end of the day, even somebody without money, you don't need money to contest an election. People could have come forward on their own to contest elections, isn't it? Do you agree?
Wasbir, that would have been very ideal. But I don't think that's going to happen in a place like Nagaland. All these clean election slogans may not really work at the end of the day. The incidents of violence and of money distribution, even by a lot of the parties concerned, is happening randomly in all parts of Nagaland. So we really need to have a look at ourselves before we start predicting so many things.
All right, but on the whole, do you think after the new government is formed, once again it will be the same story that they will try and facilitate for peace to dawn in Nagaland, and the process has to go on, isn't it?
Peace is a must, and I think whichever party comes into power or whatever coalition comes into power, I think that has to be their prerogative. And as far as the other parties are concerned, that has been, I think, top agenda in most of their manifestos, as far as I've seen it.
Okay, Dr. Rosemary Juvitsu there. Thank you very much for joining me on this live broadcast. We'll correct that NOF candidate. That's actually NPF candidate A. Kikon. Not NOF. I'm sorry about that. We apologize. That will be NPF, Nagaland Naga People's Front. That's in the bottom slug. Okay, viewers, we will also listen, try and listen to what A.L. Heck. A.L. Heck has made a very significant statement. Let us listen to A.L. Heck.
See, voting is an election. But we are working, we had worked very hard. Definitely, God also is there with His blessing. And I know we'll have also get the blessing and the response of the people. So we are working very hard. And the party as a whole, also we had set up about almost 60 seats in all the constituencies. And we are expecting that this time, the BJP-led government in the state of Meghalaya, without any doubt.
But how do you see the post-poll scenario? I mean, like polling party or political parties coming together. So, what is BJP's stand on having post-poll?
See, the post-poll scenario is a fracture mandate, purely a fracture mandate, and nobody is going to get majority. We'll be far away from the majority. So we have to go for coalitions. So we'll have with like-minded political parties to work together. But this is very sure and definitely without BJP, nobody can form government. So BJP-led government will be in the state of Meghalaya.
Okay, viewers, I am now joined live by Mr. Merentosi Jamir, the Vice President of the NDPP. Mr. Merentosi Jamir, Senior Leader of the NDPP. Mr. Merentosi Jamir, welcome to this live broadcast. How is the situation? How is the voting? What are your expectations?
Yeah, hi, Wasbir. Long time.
Long
Everything
time,
is
yes.
going off very well. The polling process has started on time, and things are going off as of now quite peacefully. We are hoping for the best. We are hoping, I mean, not hoping, we are confident that we'll be coming back with bigger numbers this time.
Right. So, according to you, what are some of the highlights of this election? How is it different from the elections last time, for example?
Yes, I mean, it's very encouraging to see that, the awareness amongst the people has become quite a lot this time. And we are seeing, we usually see a lot of young people, but this time we are seeing a lot of young people. Very encouraging that the democratic process is taking place very well. And also, yes, we have had some instances of violence, but it's not like in the past. It's reduced in great numbers. So these are the changes that we are seeing. And the number of people that are coming out to vote is very encouraging.
Okay, I'm talking to Mr. Merentosi Jamir, the Vice President of the NDPP. That is the voice of Mr. Merentosi Jamir. Mr. Jamir, the significantly, a lot of the political parties, there is a perception that the political parties this time did not bring the Naga peace issue top of their agenda. Is it because of the fact that, in the last 5 years, there were attempts, there were serious attempts, there were sincere attempts, but it has not yielded much results?
No, Wasbi. I cannot speak for the other political parties, but NDPP as a party, we have made it our number one agenda. Our manifesto starts with about the Naga issue, that we are committed to be the facilitators to bring about the early solution, and that we are ready to pave the way for any settlement. So NDPP as a party has taken it up as our number one agenda.
Mr. Merentosi Jamir, another thing is that you see, I've been asking this question to a lot of people since this morning, top BJP leaders as well as others, that your main opposition party in Nagaland is the Naga People's Front, which had been in government for a long time, and it's one of the oldest. It's actually the oldest regional party. Why do you think they're contesting only 20 seats? Some people are saying that it is like giving a walkover to the NDPP BJP.
Well, I cannot comment on why they have given out only 20 seats, 20 tickets to the candidates. But it just goes on to show that, the NDPP BJP alliance has done something good for the people, and therefore, the wave is there for the NDPP BJP alliance.
Now, if it is also clear that the chief ministerial candidate, there is no dispute on that. Both the BJP and NDPP said it is. If you get the numbers, it is definitely going to be Mr. Nefurio. So that question is also sealed. Now, my question, therefore, is that if the NDPP BJP comes to get the numbers, secures the majority, Mr. Rio becomes the chief minister, and will your combine once again restart the process of peace talks? Will that once again be top of their agenda?
Most definitely. That is our number one agenda. Our agenda is to ensure that the Indo-Naga political issue is resolved at the earliest.
But my final question to you, Mr. Merentosi Jamir, is that, a lot of people are saying that this Naga peace talks has held other issues like development, livelihood, tourism, everything hostage because they're not moving parallelly. So will you this time be different and try to see that development and peace, these are two parallel efforts and it will go parallelly?
Yes, most definitely. That is our agenda. I mean, we have said that peace and development is our priority, and that will go. We will ensure peace. At the same time, we'll also try to ensure that the development is delivered to the people. That is our target. That is our agenda.
Mr. Merentosi Jamir, thank you very much indeed for speaking to me on this live broadcast on voting day. Now, let me go to our correspondent Chiben Wongsi. Chiben is in Dimapur. Chiben, welcome once again. Where are you and what is going on around you? Who do you have with you?
Yes, Wasbir, right now I'm at Landmark Colony. This is one of the polling stations under Dimapur 2 constituencies. And second, I beg your pardon, Dimapur 2 constituency. And yes, before I go on to, explain to you or to explain to our voters what is going on here, I would want to mention this, that there are three candidates here in the fray for the seat from Dimapur 2 constituency. One is Amento of the Indian National Congress. The second is Motoshi Longkumar of the NDPP. And the third is Vikeho. He is from the Lok Janshakti Party. So there are three candidates all neck to neck. And yes, as you can see right now, I'm standing here in front of the polling booth where people have come here. Some of them have already given their votes, cast their votes, and have departed from this place. But there are still hundreds of people left here. And the village council chairman, who I just spoke to a few minutes ago, he just said that there are over 1,000 voters in this very small, polling station, under this very small polling station. So yes, coming back to your question, this is going to be a very decisive battle because it's not, this Dimapur 2 is not just for one particular tribe, but it is inhabited by people from different ethnic backgrounds.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes, so this is a very
Chiben,
diverse
don't go away.
colony.
Chiben, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stand by. I am joined live by the NPF legislature party leader, top NPF leader, Ajo Neno. Mr. Ajo Neno, welcome to this live broadcast. Where are you and what is the situation around you? What are the reports you are picking up?
Despite being one of the dirtiest and filthiest elections, everything is smooth on polling day. Because, hello?
Yes, go ahead. I
Because,
can hear you.
Because of the CPO, that is the Chakasang Public Organization, Chakasang Youth Front, Students Union, and Mothers Association intervention, everything is so smooth, so free and fair.
Why do you call it a dirtiest and filthiest election? Why are you calling it that?
Use of money power and misuse of government machineries, everything.
Now your party, NPF, is the main opposition party. You are the oldest regional party, but you have decided to field only 20 candidates. It is almost like you are giving a walkover to the NDPP, BJP combined.
I already told you around 10 to 15 NPF candidates were already purchased. So we went short of candidates. That was one factor. Number two factor is NPF financially is no longer very strong. It is not strong financially. So there were very few takers.
No, Mr. Arjun, is this just an allegation, or have you also brought this matter to the notice of the Election Commission?
This does not need to come to the notice of Election Commission. It does not need to come. I'm just speaking out my frank opinion, that's all. Because our party is not financially sound. That was one factor. Number two factor was our winnable candidates were all, lured away.
So big statement you are making that 10 to 15 NPF candidates were purchased. That is the word used. That's a very strong word, Mr. Neno.
Were lured. I'll use the word lured.
Okay,
I won't use the word purchase. I will use the word lured. They were lured into, or they were.
Okay, they were lured. 10 to 15 NPF candidates lured by other parties. Now, Mr. Nenu, that means you are contesting only 20 seats. That means you will be happy sitting in the opposition. Is that what you have planned, or do you have other plans?
NPF will play the most proactive role in the formation of the next government.
So are you saying that NPF will be in the government?
Yes. If it's God's will, we will be in the government. Because everybody will need us.
Absolutely. Now, what do you have to say? There were also an incident of poll violence. Your leader, Achumbemo Kikon, was accused. His supporters were accused.
I see. You see, I was we were not in the sport, so I wouldn't blame only one. You know, when there is any incident, I believe both parties are involved.
Mr. Arjun, they are very confident, despite contesting only 20 seats, you are confident that NPF will be a key player in the government formation, and you are saying that you will be in the government. Thank you very much for speaking to me on this live broadcast. Okay, let's listen into, we were talking about that violence a short while ago in Bhandari constituency, from where NPF Secretary General Achumbemo Kikon is contesting. Let's listen to what Achumbemo Kikon had to say a short while ago on the violence.
Mr. Kikont, Northeast Life have accessed a video of a person being injured in Akuk village, which comes under your constituency. And in the video, they have made allegations that these deadly weapons are being used by your NPF supporters. What do you have to comment on this?
There are 4 polling stations in Akuk village. And these 4 polling stations were Heraut, surrounded, captured by the NBB and PJB workers by 12 p.m. My supporters, when they try to enter the polling station at around a.m., because the mock trail starts at 5:30.
Right.
So they have to be there, they have to be in the polling station by 5 a.m. That is the instruction. So when my supporters, my workers tried to enter the polling station at 5:30, these people who have arrived the polling station by 12 noon started pelting stones at my supporters, number one. Number two, they started firing a lot of automatic weapons. So in the melee, it must have been injured by their own police. I don't know anything about that. My bodyguards were with me. I tried to enter because as a candidate, I'm entitled to enter the polling station. And therefore, if there is any such incident, these people should be held responsible. The NBB supporters and the BJP supporters in Akuk village should be held responsible for such incident. It is not the creation of my supporters.
So you are saying that this incident which have taken place has nothing to do with your supporters. They never started.
Absolutely, Sarah, absolutely. My supporters were denied entry in the polling station. By 5:30, the mock trail starts. So by 5 a.m., my supporters were ready. The polling agents, the supporters. But these people started, in the geographical location of Akuk village is such that it is in a hillock. So these people have occupied that area, and they've gathered a lot of stones, building stones at my supporters. So my supporters were left helpless. Only when I entered, somehow they could come in the polling station. And as of now, it is peacefully going on. So if there are such incidents, the supporters of NBB and BJP should be held responsible. Totally responsible.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to Northeast Life, Mr. Kikon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have breaking news coming in. At 9 a.m., the voting percentage in Nagaland has been 11.89%. There has been 11.89% of polling in Nagaland till 9 a.m. This is the figures we are getting at this point in time. And as far as Meghalaya is concerned, the voter turnout for Meghalaya till 9 a.m. has been recorded at 10.55%. So roughly about 11% voting in both Nagaland and Meghalaya till 9 a.m. That is till the first 2 hours of voting viewers. The voting percentage in both Nagaland and Meghalaya have been roughly around 11%. So that is the breaking story at this point in time. Those are the figures on the screen exactly. Now we will listen to some of the comments made by the political leaders during the last 2 hours. candidates during the last 2 hours after they have cast their votes.
First voter of the day. Let's start with that. How do you feel?
Always number one.
So, this time around, there are 36 women candidates contesting the election. As a matriarchal society, do you think that number is enough or should it go up? What's your thought?
No. It should go up with better results. I'm looking forward to seeing more women in the assembly this time from the Khasi Hills, because practically 3 terms, I was the only woman in East Khasi Hills, so that kind of felt a little lonely.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any ideology in the state of Meghalaya. I feel that the candidates matter more than the party. What would you say?
Yeah, because we are a very small state with very small electorates. My electorate is about 25,000 plus. Practically, I know everyone. So, party ideology hasn't been there because people of the state of Meghalaya are not fanatic party supporters. They are not, they're not cadre based, die hard, strong, cadre based supporters. So usually they support the candidate. So that is why you see that there is this support for candidates. Yeah.
Right. So you speak of a fractured mandate. Are we going to see that saga end this time once and for all, or are we going to see a repeat of the same trend?
I have a feeling that this time it's going to be far more stable. See, I have been through, this is my fifth election. So I've seen two hung houses and I've seen two stable governments. And they're always taking alternative turns. I presume that this time, 23 would result in a stable governance, because that's how I experienced in my tenure.
I was at your rally, saw the confidence, saw the mood. Where did that come from?
Hard work. Every day's hard work for 5 years without a stop. So that's the kind of confidence that you will have if you've dedicated all you have to the people and the constituency.
And your last appeal to all the voters today, ma'am.
Voters of Meghalaya, give us a strong government. Please do not vote as per your whims and fancies. Otherwise, Meghalaya is going to see another very hectic, confused post-poll scenario.
Thank you so much once again for your time. Best of luck. Thanks.
We should be able to win all the 17 rural areas. 60% of the electorate is from here. Another 11 is from urban area. So we're hopeful that we will also win all those. Yeah.
If you are elected this time, it will be your first time becoming a member of the Nagaland Legislative Assembly.
Right. I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward, to run the government. Yeah.
So, what appeal would you like to make to all the electorate, especially from your constituency?
I'm actually very happy with the village council. They have taken the mandate of clean election further a step further. There are many they're supervising all the polling stations. It's a huge stake. 28 polling stations. There are many. They have put in their people. Political parties are not allowed to run the site tables. The village leaders are running.
All right, we'll go for a very short break. Viewers, we will be continuing with this live broadcast. We are bringing you detailed coverage of the voting day in both Meghalaya and Nagaland. Our reporters are standing by all across these two states. We are the only channel on ground, and therefore we are putting the tagline that Northeast Election Headquarters is none other than Northeast Live. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
শিশুৱে সাধাৰণতে গাখীৰ নাখায় সেয়ে ভাৰতত প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে আমি গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ পৰা প্ৰস্তুত কৰিছো পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিট আৰু সেয়াও ময়দা কোলেষ্ট্ৰল আৰু ট্ৰান্স ফেট ৰহিত পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিটৰ এটা পেকেটত আছে 1 কাপ পৰিমাণৰ গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ স্বাস্থ্যকৰ সোৱাদ
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
বাইদেউ প্ৰথম পিম্পল তাতে আকৌ সোপ বাদ আৰু কি আছে এইটো আছে নহয় হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেচ ৱাশ পিছে ইয়াৰ সায়েন্স কিনো ই হ'ল সোপ ফ্ৰী ই পিম্পলছ বাৰে বাৰে ওলোৱাত বাধা দিয়ে
ই ক্লিনিকেলি প্ৰভেন ইয়াত আছে নিম আৰু হালধিৰ গুণ ই পিম্পলছ আঁতৰাই আৰু স্কিন কৰি তোলে হেলথি পিম্পলৰ বাবে সায়েন্সৰ কথা শুনা হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেচ ৱাশ
হাৰ্ট কোলেষ্ট্ৰল মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
হাৰ্ট কোলেষ্ট্ৰল মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল
Here, there, people are carrying their problems everywhere. Stop. I say, carry a Britannia Pure Magic single pack and live this moment everywhere.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
হাৰ্ট কোলেষ্ট্ৰল মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল
Good day. কিহৰ কাৰণে? He said yes. Rahul. Cab driver. Even better. ডাঙৰ মুহূৰ্তলৈ কিয় কৰে ৱেইট সৰু এটা পলু হ'ব পাৰে গ্ৰেট গোটেই সৈতে কৰক চেলিব্ৰেট
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
All right, welcome back. Let's turn once again to our panelists on the show tonight, this morning. Mr. Lasing Ming, Okay, Lasing Ming, we will get back to him in a short while. But Iluendang, basically there is enthusiasm among the voters that we have seen. But what do you think are in the mind of the voters? Because people are bothered about jobs, people are bothered about good infrastructure, people are not only bothered about the Naga peace issue. Do you agree to that point or not?
Yes, absolutely true. Because the people want to see peace, development, and progress. As I have mentioned earlier, there are a lot of issues that the government of Nagaland needs to emphasize. Not only on the roads, but one must consider the aspects of communication, because now the rural areas are most of the time disconnected in spite of having the 4G mobile connectivity. And the electricity is very irregular. And the schools, the health centers, sub-centers, primary schools in all the villages, rural areas. These are some of the areas that the government must concentrate, and the people want this. The people want to have good schools, good electricity, good connectivity, good health centers,
all those aspects. And the mood of the election says that we want all these areas for all-round development.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, let me quickly turn to Mr. Larsing Ming. Larsing, you see, we are having, people are predicting many things. People are predicting many things. Okay, there will be, but do you think the people are bothered about who forms the government really? Or do you think they are more bothered about basic issues as they vote, like jobs, good infrastructure, good higher education facilities, and corruption free? Do you think people are more bothered about these basic day-to-day issues?
Yes, definitely in the rural areas, especially in the villages, people are more bothered about the immediate pressing needs, about jobs, about water connectivity, and issues that affect their daily life. As you know, that the majority of Meghalaya is still rural and agrarian, and living on a day-to-day, month. So there, the issues are very, very, immediate. What immediate concerns them. When you go to the urban areas, obviously there's a sense that people are little now. I think there's a concern about what happened post the 2nd of March. If we do see a very, very fragmented mandate, then what happens to stability of governments? Can we have a stable government that can govern Meghalaya in the proper way for the next 5 years?
Right. Absolutely, absolutely. Now we have just come to know that Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's wife, Dr. Mehtab Chandi, had just left her residence to cast her vote at Ringri Gitim LP School in North Tura. Conrad Sangma's wife, Mehtab Chandi, had just left her residence to cast her vote at Ringri Gitim LP School in North Tura. That is the visual. That is Conrad Sangma's wife there on the visual. Exclusive visuals coming only on Northeast Live TV, only channel on the ground covering exhaustively the elections in these three states. In fact, the only channel actually covering these three elections, because the other channels from distant areas, they have just come and gone. But we are the only channel bringing live this coverage of the voting day from Meghalaya. All right, we'll also now go to Joydeep Hazarika, our correspondent in Shillong. Joydeep, where are you? What is going on around you? Joydeep.
Yes, Wasbir, I'm here at the Government Boys School here in West Shillong constituency. A short while back, NPP's candidate Mohendra Apsang cast his vote. We also had a short chat with him, which we played, which he exclusively gave to Northeast Live. I hope that gets played on our channel very soon. But apart from that, if I have to say about the mood of the voters, it has been quite good. Turnout has been quite decent since morning. It's not, we haven't seen a large crowds outside any polling booths as of yet, but there has been a decent line wherever we have gone. We have so far met up with candidates also right in the early morning, in the first booth. Among the first set of voters were in North Shillong. There was Congress candidate J. A. Lingdo, and we also met BJP candidate M. Kharkrang. All of them were positive. All of them were quite enthusiastic, and they were quite hopeful that they would come out victorious, respectively. We also met with Elgiva Rinja, who is the TMC candidate for North Shillong, and also the youngest candidate in Meghalaya this time. Wasbir, you had a talk with her back then. Right now, short while back, we talked with Mr. Rapsang. Mr. Rapsang is also quite hopeful that he will come out victorious. And quite interestingly, he said that NPP is setting a target of somewhere around 35 seats. So plus minus that, NPP should achieve its target. So by that matter, NPP is looking to be the single largest party in Meghalaya this time. Because let us remember last time in 2018, where NPP may have ended up forming the government, but it was actually the Congress which was the single largest party. This time, however, the
Okay.
Congress's situation is not
Okay,
looking so good because as we
all
know,
right, Jaideep.
most of the
All right, Jaideep. Basically, things are in a state of flux. We really don't know what is going to happen because all the five major political parties have put up a large number of candidates in these elections. At the end of the day, as I always say, Jaideep, voters are the king and they are going to decide the fate of the 369 candidates. Let's listen into what Mohendra Rapsang, Mohendra Rapsang, NPP candidate from West Shillong, he had just cast his vote, and let's listen what he's just said.
Okay, I'm now being joined by Mr. Mohendra Rapsang, NPP candidate for West Shillong. He has just cast his vote a short while back. Mr. Rapsang, you have cast your vote. The ink is on your finger, as you can see. So, yeah, how confident are you? How are you feeling today?
I'm confident because for the last 5 years I've been with the people. I've been working in my constituency with the people as a capacity of an MLA, and then most of the people are with me. So I'm comfortable in that.
Mr. Rapsang, you're one of the major faces of NPP in Shillong. If we talk about if we talk about the overall scenario, this time NPP is facing not just challenge from the Congress, but there's also the TMC. There's also its allies like the BJP and the UDP who are also going solo in this election. How much of a pressure is the NPP under in the face of such stiff competition? As a candidate, what do you have to say?
See, in every election there are a lot of pressures, not only from one party but from all the party. Especially when we NPP we are strong. We have a strong candidate, and the people are expecting that all the 7 seats in Shillong we are fighting this constituency, and we are neck to neck with every political party. But I'm sure that people understand and they will choose the NPP as the next government.
This time, trends are finding it really hard to predict which party is going to come out as the single largest party. Last time, even though if NPP made the government, it was actually the Congress which was the single largest party. Is NPP aiming to be the single largest party this time?
Yes, it's a fact that NPP will be the single largest party in this election this time, and they're going to form the government. We are going to cross 32 seats.
Okay, so 32 seats. You have made a minimum mark for your party then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much then, Mr. Rapsang. So that was Mr. Mohendra Rapsang, NPP candidate for West Shillong, speaking exclusively to Northeast Live.
Absolutely. That was Mohendra Rapsang, the NPP candidate from West Shillong, speaking to our reporter Joydeep Hazarika a short while ago. We'll go to Dr. Prasenjit Biswas. Dr. Prasenjit Biswas, it's very significant. A lot of people are saying that the Trinamool Congress is actually the main opposition party in Nagaland, in Meghalaya. Although the Congress has put up 60 candidates, the Congress is fighting with its back to the wall. But the fact remains that it's a great thing that the Congress has also got 60 candidates. That means they also want to make its presence felt. And Trinamool Congress has been accused by its rivals of being a Bengal party. That's what the BJP has been calling. But does it matter at all whether it is Trinamool Congress or whether it is any party? At the end of the day, it is Dr. Mukul Sangma, a veteran political leader in the state.
Yes, I mean, you can see the kind of identity politics that is played out in Meghalaya. Now, terming certain parties and associating it with a certain region doesn't really augur well for a democratic contest. Although TMC's leaders are largely from Bengal, or BJP's leaders are from a certain region of the country, Congress's leaders are also from certain region of the country, it is not good to pinpoint a party in the name of a community. So that's something that should not have happened in Meghalaya, but it has unfortunately happened. But the real picture here remains that the local issues are going to dominate this election in Meghalaya. Issues in Garo Hills are of one kind, issues in Jaintia Hills are of one kind, issues also are specific to the constituencies as well. And we have this cross-party understanding as well in a variety of constituencies at the ground level. So therefore, Meghalaya is presenting a very tough picture for any predictions to be easily made. Nevertheless, a kind of gross picture could be concocted, and it is that no party is going to cross this mark of 20. But if some parties have some kind of a pre-poll, during the poll and post-poll understanding, they can probably cross the Rubicon of 30, which is the magic figure. And I can see that the local parties are clinging together. There is some kind of a ground level understanding that is emerging between parties which are fighting on the basis of a local agenda against national parties. So therefore, it may be that all the national parties, including NPP, might have to sit in the opposition party. And there I go along with Medba Lindo, the Speaker of the Assembly, who very categorically stated that they are going to be kings this time and not kingmaker. And I think his statement is sustainable here.
Right. Mr. Eluendang, the General Secretary of the Naga Hoho, Mr. Eluendang, you know, a senior most political leader, a senior most or very senior political leader like Dr. Sorhozile Lezitsu, he has said today that the NSC and IM is targeting the NPF, particularly in his constituency. Do you think a senior leader like him, a former chief minister, do you think he will make an allegation without any basis? Or if it is so, if the NSC and IM is really interfering, really opposing, what do you think?
What I think it is unfortunate that the veteran NPF president have accused the Naga National Workers for targeting his party. I do not know if that has a valid ground to charge against the NSCN. But we cannot also totally deny the fact that there could be some individuals in their own personal interests. Somewhere there could be some involvement, but I don't believe it will be the government of the NSC and IM to participate and disturb the election process. And if they have truly participated or they have interfered in the process, this is uncalled for. But as far as the Naga political groups are concerned, irrespective of IM or K or unification, whichever group, I think they have made, officially they have very clearly stated that they will not interfere. And therefore, as I have stated, there could be some stray incidences, but I don't think it is the policy of the NSCN to interfere and disturb the process.
Okay, we also we had heard a short while ago the phone recording of Achumbemo Kikon, but if possible, I'd like to speak to Achumbemo Kikon myself, and see what is going on, and we'll also try to speak to Mr. Monlumo Kikon, a national spokesperson of the BJP, who is himself a candidate. Monlumo Kikon is himself a candidate in Nagaland this time around. We'd also try and speak to Mr. T.R. Jeliang on the phone, a very senior leader of the NDPP who was formerly with the NPF. We'll try to connect with this. Also, we'll keep trying the Nagaland Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. V. Sasank Shekhar, who is unable to speak to us so far. Of course, we had a detailed conversation with the Meghalaya CEO, Mr. Frederick Karkonger. He was absolutely detailed about the arrangements. We want to ask the Nagaland CEO, Mr. Sasank Shekhar, about the special arrangements that they have made as far as the voters are concerned, or about the situation in Nagaland. Yes, we will also like to go to our reporters. I don't know if anybody is live at this. Yes. Okay, Prosenjit Biswas, you want to say something, Prosenjit? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I think.
Yes, I can.
in case of Nagaland, let's not forget that before 2018, there was an alliance between BJP and NPF. And from NPF, Neifu Rio came out and constituted NDPP. And before Neifu Rio came out from NPF, NDPP was on the other side. Now, you see this complex kind of alliances between various kinds of tribes, Angamis, Sumis, Kennedy speaking on the one side, Aos on the other side, and Eastern Naga people on the other side. That actually creates this kind of endless micropolitics between political parties in Nagaland. So therefore, what NPF president has said, it might have a basis because on the ground, there is a lot of fracturing between tribes and sub-tribes, which, as you know very well, that it has impacted the peace process. So therefore, Naga people require unity, and that unity was missing, which is represented by these fractured political parties. Some parties have come together because of their organizational capacities and inter-tribal affinity. Other parties could not manage it. They have fallen out of the grace. So this is a very strange cutthroat politics that's happening in Nagaland today. Okay, Wasbir? Yeah.
Right. We have got some fresh visuals coming, but Larsing Ming, we will go to that fresh visuals from Joai. But before that, okay, these are the fresh visuals. These are the fresh visuals from Joai in West Gentia Hills in Meghalaya, where brisk voting is underway. NPP's Joai candidate Y. Ladmiki Shilla also cast his vote a short while ago. These are the visuals, fresh visuals we have got from Joai, where our correspondent Sanio is sending these visuals from Joai. Okay, we'll go for a break, but before that, Larsing, Larsing, we'll come back to Larsing Ming there. Larsing, what we saw this time is that the BJP has launched its might. It's unleashed all its topmost leaders, starting from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Party President JP Nadda to Kiren Rijiju and everybody. Of course, not to forget the NEDA convener Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, top strategist of the party in the whole of the Northeast. Now, compared to that, the other political parties mainly focused on small rallies and door-to-door campaign. Does this kind of a massive election show, does it impact the voters, or do you think the voters have already made up their mind whom to vote and big rallies does not matter? What are your thoughts today?
I think very important point that was brought in the show earlier today was when Mr. Nathan Kohli was speaking. He mentioned that from 2013, 1.5%, to 2018, BJP had a vote share of about 9%, and they came second, seems, in about 6 constituencies. Now, those are very, very interesting statistics because pre-2018, BJP had no presence in Meghalaya. In the last 5 years, especially with this current coalition government, there has been a more BJP presence in the state. And if you see as mentioned, we've had a galaxy of BJP leaders, like Prime Minister, the Home Minister, who even stayed at Dalwins for the night. That again is the first time in the history of Meghalaya that a union minister has stayed overnight. So they perhaps feel that there's an opportunity for them to consolidate themselves this time onwards, and therefore this sort of aggressive campaigning. I don't know what is going to eventually happen because I saw Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma speaking once, and he stated that he sensed that the people of Meghalaya wanted change. Wherever he went, he sensed that. But whether that sense of wanting change is going to translate to votes for the BJP is something that we'll all have to wait till the 2nd of March. It's work in progress, as of today.
Right, right, absolutely. These are very interesting points made by Lar Singh Ming. I'll go for a very short commercial break. Don't go away. I'll be right. Okay, Prosenjit, you want to say something? Yes, go ahead before I go for the break. Yes, Prosenjit.
I want to say that look at Joy constituency this time, The contest is between UDP and TMC. Other parties are facing anti-incumbency. Andrew Shulai is the TMC candidate against, and in the support of whom there's a huge mobilization. And Moonlight Pariat is the UDP candidate. So you can see that constituency-wise, the picture cannot be generalized. It is specific to the constituency. That's what I wanted to mention.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very interesting points coming from our panelist. Don't go away. I'll be right back. We'll be continuing with this live broadcast, the only channel on the ground covering the Nagaland and Meghalaya elections, and that too covering it in great details.
হাৰ্ট কোলেষ্ট্ৰল মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিক্যালি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead.
Okay, welcome back to this live broadcast. We'll go straight to Mr. Rudy Warjri, former diplomat. He had been ambassador in several countries, a very well-known political commentator, well-known observer of the situation around him. Mr. Rudy Warjri, welcome to this live broadcast. A very good morning to you. Mr. Warjri, can you hear me? We'll fix that audio first before going once again back to Mr. Rudy Warjri, because I want to talk in details with Rudy Warjri. I'll request my producers to fix that audio. We'll take him out of the frame now. He will be back with us shortly. I don't know whether our correspondent Sarah Konyak is with us. Sarah will also take some time. But viewers, it is very interesting to know what was the result in 2018. That is very, very important. If you have the graphics, we'll play that. In 2018, in Meghalaya, the Congress had bagged 21 seats, the NPP 20, UDP 6, BJP 2, PDF 4, HSPDP 2, NCP 1, Kanam 1, others 4. So, there was a neck-to-neck fight in 2018 between the Congress and the NPP. The Congress bagged 21 seats, but the NPP won 20 seats. But at the end of the day, the BJP was absolutely quick in forming the government, stitching up that alliance, stitching up that alliance as far as Meghalaya is concerned. In 2018, as I said, in Meghalaya, that is that in Meghalaya, 21 was won by the Congress. That is the figures on your screen. NPP won 20 seats. And there was a neck-to-neck fight between the two parties, that is the Congress and the NPP. And although Congress emerged as the largest single party with 21 seats, the BJP was quick to move into the scene and stitch up that alliance. And if you look at Nagaland, let's have the Nagaland figures on the graph. Yes, the NPF, which is contesting only 20 seats today, not even half of the 60 seats. NPF had bagged 26 seats, just 5 short of a clear majority there in 2018. NDPP won 12 and the BJP won, NDPP won 18 seats and the BJP won 12, and therefore there were 30, and they picked up one candidate from somewhere and then they formed the government. NPF was unable to form the government, but NPF did form the government for a while, but there was some switching of sides. So that was the scenario. NPF, the largest single party in 2018. So these are the figures. Now I'd like to go straight to our Nagaland Bureau Chief, Sarah Konyak. Sarah, welcome back once again. Tell me, where are you? Are you in the polling station where Chief Minister Nefirio is going to cast his vote? Where are you exactly, Sarah?
Yes, Wasbir, right now I'm here at the native village of the Chief Minister, Topema village under Northern Angami too. And what we have been informed is that the Chief Minister at the moment, he is touring the polling stations under his constituency, and he is expected to reach here by 10:30 to 10:40 to cast his vote. Right now we're here at Government Middle School, Topema, polling station number 5, where the Chief Minister will be casting his vote. We have also been informed that his family members will also be accompanying him to cast their votes here. So as you can see, people have already lined up, they're already casting their votes. And I would just like to ask my cameraman to pan around and show that we also have very elderly persons who are seated here waiting to cast their vote, waiting to also greet the Chief Minister of Nagaland, who is currently the longest serving chief minister here in the state of Nagaland. And if the BJP NDPP alliance are able to form the government once again in this 2023 election, then the chief minister, Nefirio, who is the chief minister candidate of both the alliance partner BJP and NDPP, he will become the first chief minister here in the state, making it history to serve as the chief minister for 5 consecutive terms. Wasbir.
Oh, that is the big news. That is the big, actually, very good input, Sarah, there for my viewers who are uninitiated viewers as far as Nagaland is concerned. This, if the NDPP BJP combined were to win these elections, Nefirio is already declared as the chief ministerial candidate. If that is so, he will be the chief minister for 5 consecutive terms. And Sarah Konyak is at the native village of the chief minister, Mr. Nefirio. And the breaking story is that the chief minister and his family is going to come there and cast his vote in about 10 to 20 minutes. Sarah, if you can speak to some of the people about, Nefirio himself, throw his light. He has been representing this assembly constituency for 5 consecutive terms. So this is a history in Nagaland, isn't it, Sarah?
Absolutely, Wasbir. It is going to be a history if the alliance partners are able to form the government this time around. Then yes, Rio, who is the chief ministerial candidate of the alliance partner, will be serving for the 5th term, which is indeed a very big history, as he will be the longest serving chief minister of the state. Like said, Wasbir, let me try and speak to some of the voters here. Sir? Nakamis jane? Acha, Amihan la NDPP leader, current Chief Minister of Nagaland, Mr. Nefirio, idu Assembly constituency wa aro BJP aro Alliance NDPP government form grupo parishe gule to tai longest Chief Minister Nagaland serve kura la hobo. Apni la phapna ki ase?
Ami la babna tu আমি খান নাগালেন্ডে নি ফিউ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ ইটো নহলে দোসরা নাগালেণ্ড চলাব নপাৰে ডেভেলপ বি বেছি কৰে তাই নিচিনা চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ আহাটো তাই নিচিনা ডেভেলপ কোনো বি পাৰে নাই ইটো নিমিতে ঈশ্বৰ মৰম থাকিলে তাই আৰু চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ হ'ব ইটো ভাৱনা আছে
Right, Wasbir, we have heard from one of the elderly
Right.
voters that that there is no other chief minister like Nefirio who can
Right.
actually run the state here, and he has also praised him for bringing all the
We had
developments and the welfare here in the state of Nagaland for the citizens.
Now, Sarah, Nagaland had very tall political leaders. We had S.C. Jamir was the chief minister. We had Hokesi Sema as the chief minister. We had Mr. Vizol as the chief minister. We had Mr. Vamuzo as the chief minister. We had Dr. Sorozile as the chief minister. We had Mr. Jeliang, T.R. Jeliang was the chief minister. So, among all these people, it is significant that Mr. Nefirio has emerged already as the longest serving chief minister. So, from his personal point of view, I think this is a very important election for him because he wants to put his name in the record books.
Well, absolutely, yes, Wasbir. We can see that despite having so many chief ministers ruling the state of Nagaland, Mr. Rio have made his benchmark here in the state and have won the hearts of the people. He is currently the fourth in his fourth term serving as the chief minister of Nagaland, and even in the 2018 elections, the chief minister Mr. Nefirio had won the elections unopposed. However, this time a candidate from the Congress party is contesting against the giant Nefirio. However, while previously speaking to our channel, the chief minister have exuded confidence that he will win with a thumping majority even this time around. So yes, definitely, Wasbir, whatever you have pointed out is absolutely correct and very significant. And hopefully the people, especially from his constituency, are looking forward to give its full mandate to Rio.
Sarah, on a lighter note, do you think one of the reasons for Nefirio's success is that he talks very little to the media? Do you think that is one of the reasons why he's so successful? Let's talk to the media. On a lighter note.
Yes, Basbir, I don't have much comment on that because, yes, he does speak to the media when we approach him. However, it has been very difficult in the last 5 years since 2018 till now to get even a single interview with him. We all understand he is a very busy man as he is a very tall leader representing the state of Nagaland. However, there can be a factor of this also, Wasbir.
keep the media away and be successful. That is the message, perhaps, what Mr. Rio. Anyway, Sarah, you be there. We don't want to miss the visuals of Mr. Nefirio and his family approaching the polling station to vote. And later on, we definitely like to hear from him his thoughts on the NDPP BJP's future. He has already been declared as the chief ministerial candidate. And we also like to hear from him the state of the opposition in Nagaland. And of course, we'd also want to hear from him that if he manages to become the chief minister, what will be his priorities in the coming days? We'd like to hear all of these from Chief Minister Rio. Sarah Konyak, stand by there. Don't go away anywhere. Thank you very much at the point of time. Okay, I'd like to once again go to Larsing Ming. Larsing, personally, you are yourself a sports enthusiast, Larsing. You are a successful entrepreneur. What would you personally want the new government to perform? Okay, that is Temjen Imna Along. The visuals are from Temjen Imna Along, the Nagaland BJP president arriving to vote in the Along Taki constituency. Temjen Imna Along was in the news recently after a letter was circulating that where the NSC and IM local leader was supposed to have threatened voters not to vote for him. Of course, the NSC and IM Central Committee has said that there was no such directive issued by the Central Committee. This is Temjen Imna Along coming to vote. We'll go to Larsing Ming one last time after this. This is Temjen. Social media sensation, actually. Temjen Imna Along, the Nagaland BJP president and a minister, And the other day, the Prime Minister during his election campaign also said that Temjen Imna Along has been projecting Nagaland in a very good way through the social media. And the Prime Minister said that he also watches, or for that matter, keeps track of Temjen Imna Along's social media post. Let's listen to what Temjen had to say. Temjen Imna Along there.
I have done my voting for the BJP symbol on me.
Okay, we'll play that bite once again.
I have done my voting for the BJP symbol on me.
Very interesting. There is also an element of humor there. I have done my voting for the BJP candidate, that is me. I have done my voting for the BJP candidate, that is me. That's what Temjen Imna Along had to say. Of course, we know that you are the BJP candidate, Mr. Temjen Imna Along. I'd like to speak to Temjen Imna Along on the phone immediately after this very short break. Don't go away. We'll be continuing with this live broadcast.
Every day at 7 p.m.
শিশুৱে সাধাৰণতে গাখীৰ নাখায় সেয়ে ভাৰতত প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে আমি গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ পৰা প্ৰস্তুত কৰিছো পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিট আৰু সেয়াও ময়দা কোলেষ্ট্ৰল আৰু ট্ৰান্স ফেট ৰহিত পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিটৰ এটা পেকেটত আছে 1 কাপ পৰিমাণৰ গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ স্বাস্থ্যকৰ সোৱাদ
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m.
Conrad, no? Go. Okay, welcome back to this viewers. So we have Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, live with our Chief of Bureau, Arindam Das. Let's listen in.
And we are very confident that we will get the mandate again.
So, anti-incumbency factor is there. Will it work?
In fact, if you look in the last few years, a lot of pro-people schemes and programs and development has happened. And at the grassroots, if you go, there are a lot of positive vibes about the work that has been done by this government. And the numbers show it. I don't have to give you all the details. So there is actually a very pro feeling among the people. Of course, everything cannot be resolved and every development cannot come in. So there will always be expectations. Those are there. But on a whole, we feel that people are happy with the way the work has happened in the last 5 years, especially the peace that we have maintained in the state. And so we feel that it's going to have a very positive impact in the elections.
Well, so Meghalaya has always witnessed a fractured mandate. So how do you see the picture this time?
Yes, Meghalaya has seen a fractured mandate in the past, but we are seeing a trend this time where people are looking at NPP as the option because of the fact that there is a fractured opposition. There's no strong opposition this time, and people have seen the work that we have done in the last 5 years, and therefore there is a sense that we are inching towards the halfway mark.
Will you be able to form government on your own?
Let's see. We are quite confident we will be able to, but elections and votings have to take place, and we'll see how things go.
Post-election, if you have to ally with any party, which party will ally with?
We'll see when the time comes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the Chief Minister of Meghalaya and NPP National President, Mr. Conrad Sangma, speaking exclusively to Northeast Live, reporting from Tura with Camperson Novo. This is Arindam Das for Northeast Live.
All right, that was Conrad Sangma, the NPP leader and Chief Minister of Meghalaya, extremely confident of winning the election and emerging as the single largest party. He had exclusively spoken to our channel. Okay, so now the point is we have to wait and watch. We'll have to wait and watch. But Conrad Sangma absolutely confident of winning the elections. NPP is confident of winning the elections. That is what Conrad Sangma had just said. Just said Conrad Sangma confident of winning the elections. A calm and composed Conrad Sangma. A calm and composed Conrad Sangma there. We will listen into what Conrad Sangma has said once again very quickly. These are voters queuing up in large numbers. We will also
You have cast your vote.
Okay,
How are you
this is
feeling today?
Conrad Sangma.
Feeling good. I think positive. I am getting very positive response from everywhere. So let's hope for the best.
Will you be going with your husband to the polling station?
Yes, apparently I have not changed my polling booth yet. So he's in a different booth, so I'll accompany him.
So what are you feeling about NPP this time?
I think we are on the right track, and I feel like people will give us a very good I'm getting very positive vibes from everywhere. So what we have done in the past 5 years, I think let people be the best judge of that. So let's hope we'll see that in the result day.
Can you please show now camera?
Yeah. That's vote for NPP. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That was Dr. Mehtab, the wife of the Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. That is Conrad Sangma there. These are exclusive visuals on Northeast Live. We'll also go to Larsing Ming. We'll stay with these visuals. Let's go to Larsing Ming. Larsing, I was asking you this question when we got, and we have also Mr. Rudy Warzri. Larsing, one last time, what are your thoughts? What do you expect from the new government? Very quickly.
Entrepreneur's perspective, I think the next 5 years are really, really crucial for Meghalaya. And I think top on the agenda will be peace, stability, and development. Development means infrastructure, basic infrastructure of roads, water, and power. As long as we have good roads, water to all households, and continued electricity, along with peace and stability, I think Meghalaya has a lot to look forward for in the next 5 years. So we are hoping that we have a stable government, a government that can lead from day one till the last day of the 5 years.
All right, Larsing, thank you very much for joining this live broadcast. It was nice having you and your thoughts. We'll also like to go to Mr. Rudy Warzri. Mr. Rudy Warzri is joining me from Shillong. Mr. Rudy Warzri, a former diplomat. He has been India's ambassador at various places and very seasoned career diplomat, and now, of course, a keen observer of the politics and society in Meghalaya and the whole of the northeastern region. Mr. Rudy Warzri, welcome to this live broadcast. What are your thoughts as Meghalaya votes today?
Thank you, Wasbir, once again, for inviting me to be in Northeast Live.
Welcome.
I just went to vote. One very notable thing which I noticed was that I voted at the IIM Shillong. I stay close there. In fact, there were about in the queue there was about 50 women voters. So I didn't see any men at all. So I went to stand with the women, and one of them told me, "No, you have a separate queue there," and there was nobody there for men. So that was very notable, which I was a little amused to myself.
Very interesting.
About this. Now coming to the big picture part of it, it's I've been listening to the various commentators about Meghalaya in particular, in fact, even about Nagaland also. Is that everybody has, including candidates themselves, have been saying that there'll be a fractured mandate because of the fragmentation of votes, and so many candidates are there in each constituency. So that is definitely, it's going to be very obvious. Now, the other question is that from your questions to the other commentators, is that what do you expect from this government, for the next government? Well, I want to say one thing is that in a state like Meghalaya, in fact, in a country like India, why Meghalaya? Welfareism has to be predominant in whichever government it comes because of the poverty level of the country and the state. And so with it, be it health or education or schemes for farmers or schemes for SMEs or schemes for many other sectors, welfareism has to be part of it. The big question is, will there be some drastic, whether it's relating to land, relating to industries, relating to something which will really boost the economy in a large way? With
Mr. Wasbir,
yes.
Mr. Wasbir, give me a few seconds. I'll come back to you once again. I'm now joined live from Kohima by Miss Alia, the Deputy CEO of Nagaland, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer of Nagaland, Miss Walia. Miss Walia, welcome to this live broadcast. This is Wasbir here. Now, how is the voting going on? There was one incident of violence, that was what we had reported. What more can you tell us? Is everything all right? Okay, we have lost that line with Miss Alia. Right. So we will connect with Miss Alila, which is the Deputy CEO. Is she connected? Okay, we will. Okay, now, Mr. Rudy Wasbir, you were saying that you had an amusing experience in the morning, but talking about the broad picture, Mr. Wasbir, we had Mr. A.L. Heck. We had Mr. A.L. Heck on the channel a short while ago. He said that he has declared that it is going to be a fractured mandate, and the next government will be a combination of like-minded parties. That is what Mr. A.L. Heck has already said, even before within an hour of voting.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, I have to agree with him in that. The question is, who are the like-minded parties? Which are the like-minded parties? If you ask me, obviously, you can't have the BJP with the TMC or with the Congress. Congress will hardly get any seats, maybe few seats. But like-minded, to my mind, is that largely will come from the regional parties, if at all. Because as I said the other day, the so-called ideology of the like-minded party, of the regional parties, is basically local-centric. So anything that attends to that, be it the ILP issue or any other issue, any other national party which is basically inclined towards what these demands are, basically local demands, I think they would be inclined to join the BJP also as a partner. But first of all, I might like to say that I don't think the BJP will get that number of seats which they'll be able to play some role, but how significant will that be depends on the numbers of seats they get. So that's how I look at it.
Right. But a lot of people are saying that, but now technically, the Trinamool Congress is the main opposition party in the state, technically, because they have about 12 MLAs. Now the point is, the opponents, the rivals of the Trinamool are saying that, oh, Trinamool is a Bengal party and so on and so forth. But the fact remains that all these people, they have just switched sides from the Congress to the Trinamool. And can we ignore a veteran political leader like Mukul Sangma?
I don't think, certainly, I think the TMC will also get quite a few seats. I cannot say exactly how many. But Mukul Sangma has a base of his own. In fact, as we discussed the other day, they're basically, there are basically two families which I think rule in Garo Hills. Those are both the Sangma's family. One is Conrad Sangma's family and the other is Mukul Sangma's family. So Mukul Sangma is bound to come with some seats for the TMC, some substantial number of seats. But the other question is that if they are able, because of the fragmentation, the fractured mandate, how the permutations will work out to the extent that even TMC or even NPP for that matter.
All right, Mr. Waziri,
Mr.
Waziri, sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Waziri, sorry to interrupt you. I am now joined by Miss Alila Chang, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer of Nagaland. Miss Alila, welcome to this live broadcast. How is voting going on in Nagaland?
Except for some one or two minor incidents, the election process is going on smoothly in all the polling stations.
There was an incident in Bhandari constituency where there was a clash between supporters of two political parties and a few people were also injured. Can you give us some details on that incident?
The one, though, according to the report, we also got through WhatsApp only, but there was some misunderstanding of the differences between two political parties, but it has been resolved and the polling process is going on smoothly in the Bantari polling station also.
Right. Now the Election Commission and your office, the Chief Electoral Officer's office, you have made some fantastic arrangements this time round. What are some of the facilities that you have introduced for the first time for elderly people and people with especially able people?
Okay, for the elderly people and the PWDs, the postal ballot facilities have been implemented also. So some who opted for postal ballot, it has been done days before the polling process. And then those who are anti-blood, and then for the young voters, PWDs, we have arranged all the assured minimum facilities for the smooth going out, for casting work, do and fro to the polling station. All has been arranged smoothly.
Okay, I am in conversation with Miss Alila Chang, the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer of Nagaland. Now, Miss Alila, what is it's almost 4 hours of voting. Can you give us a roughly preliminary voting percentage figures? What is the voting percentage overall in Nagaland so far? Almost 4 hours of voting now.
Yeah, up to 2 hours, that is from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. We have got the report that the voting percentage is 17.60. 17.60.
So we have to correct our figures there. The 17.60% polling till 9 a.m. So, Ms. Alila, from your past experience, this is a high turnout, isn't it?
Yes, it will be a high turnout because according to the big case voters we have received, there are a huge number of voters who are willingly going to the polling station to cast their vote.
Right. So this is the breaking story from till 9 a.m. 17.60% polling has already been done in Nagaland, and according to Ms. Alila, this is a high turnout compared to the past, and they're expecting a very high turnout. Now, Ms. Alila, in the eastern districts, in the Mon and the surrounding districts, where the ENPO had earlier called a boycott and then withdrawn the boycott. In those places, in those districts, also, do you think the voting is going on quite well?
Yes. Comparing to the other districts, not even a single incident happened in the eastern Nagaland districts. So, and then there are so many resolutions that it should be a free, fair election for the NGO area, no? So
right.
The voting is going on smoothly.
And finally, Miss Alila, have you arrested anybody in connection with that Bhandari incident? What are the details you have?
That one we haven't yet received, but investigation will be done by the law and order cell. No?
And how many polling personnel total? How many polling personnel have you deployed across Nagaland today, roughly?
Roughly, just a minute. Roughly 11,575.
And you must have done special arrangements along the border, interstate border, as well as
Yes.
along the border with Myanmar.
Yes, long before the actual polling starts. Right, even before the notification, it has been done in all the border areas.
Right. Miss Alila Chang there, thank you so much for speaking to Northeast Live in this live broadcast. And I must say that the CEO and the election office in Nagaland have done some fantastic arrangements this time to make sure that the election takes place in a fair, free and fair manner and peaceful manner. Once again, Miss Alila, thank you so much. Okay, we'll go for a short break. Don't go away. We will be continuing with this live broadcast.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead.
Cocoon. God. Hello, welcome back. These are visuals of Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya and the NPP leader. This motorcade going on way to vote, on way to cast his vote. They just left the residence. Our reporter is following that carcade. The visuals have just got freezed. We will get back to these visuals once again. We'll play these fresh visuals once again. We'll repeat the visuals. From the beginning. This is the carcade of Conrad Sangma leaving his residence on way to the polling station to vote. Our reporter Arindam Das is following this motorcade. So these are interesting visuals coming to you, and that only goes to show that Northeast Live's presence across Nagaland and Meghalaya, bringing our viewers minute to minute live coverage of the events as it unfolds on this very, very crucial voting day. Now, I was just speaking to the Nagaland Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Alila Chang. Till 9 a.m., 17.60% polling have taken place in Nagaland. And there has been some incidents of violence. That is what she said, and they are under investigation. I'd also request my producers to connect me to Mr. Frederick Harkonger once again to get an update on what is the situation in Meghalaya. Now, Conrad Sangma will be voting in a short while from now, and in Nagaland, Nephew Rio, the Chief Minister and leader of the NDPP, is also getting ready to cast his votes. We'll bring you live coverage of these two events as Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister. Let's listen into what Conrad Sangma had said exclusively to Northeast Live some time ago.
We have with us Meghalaya Chief Minister and NPP National President, Mr. Conrad Sangma. Well, sir, today is the voting day, the D-Day. How are you feeling?
We're very positive, and the last few weeks, the campaign has been very good. We have been receiving very, very positive response from the people, and we are very confident that we will get the mandate again.
So, anti-incumbency factor is there. Will it work?
In fact, if you look in the last few years, a lot of pro-people schemes and programs and development has happened. And at the grassroots, if you go, there are a lot of positive vibes about the work that has been done by this government. And the numbers show it. I don't have to give you all the details. So there is actually a very pro feeling among the people. Of course, everything cannot be resolved and every development cannot come in. So there will always be expectations. Those are there, but on a whole, we feel that people are happy with the way the work has happened in the last 5 years, especially the peace that we have maintained in the state. And so we feel that it's going to have a very positive impact in the elections.
Well, so Meghalaya has always witnessed a fractured mandate. So how do you see the picture this time?
Yes, Meghalaya has seen a fractured mandate in the past, but we are seeing a trend this time where people are looking at NPP as the option because of the fact that there is a fractured opposition. There's no strong opposition this time, and people have seen the work that we have done in the last 5 years, and therefore there is a sense that we are inching towards the halfway mark.
Will you be able to form government on your own?
Let's see. We are quite confident we will be able to, but elections and votings have to take place, and we'll see how things go.
Post-election, if you have to ally with any party, which party will ally with?
We'll see when the time comes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the Chief Minister of Meghalaya and NPP National President, Mr. Conrad Samai, speaking exclusively to Northeast Live, reporting from Tura with Camperson Novo. This is Arindam Das.
Okay, that was Conrad Sangma speaking exclusively to Northeast Live. I am now joined once again by the Chief Electoral Officer of Meghalaya, Mr. Frederick Karkonga. Mr. Karkonga, I know you are a very busy man, but I'm bothering you only for the sake of my viewers, people of Meghalaya. What is the percentage of polling so far? What are the figures that you have?
Yeah, so between 9 to 9:30 a.m., the polling percentage was about 10.54%. So we'll be getting another update now after 11 shortly, but polling is going on smoothly in most of the polling stations, barring a few malfunctions here and there of the EVMs which would have been resolved. So we have seen huge queues across the state in all the polling stations, and it's quite encouraging to see that women have turned up in large numbers. In fact, the queues the queues of the female voters is much longer than the males also.
Right. And what is the number of central observers on the ground this time around?
Right. So we have 20 general observers. We have 21 expenditure observers, and we have 12 police observers.
Now, one interesting thing always during the elections, Mr. Karkongar, is that people want to know, there's a lot of seizures of cash and liquor and so on. Do you have an updated figure on what is the number of cash, if at all, seized from anywhere in Meghalaya?
Yeah, right now the present seizures are, in fact, in excess of 72 crores, total cumulative seizure. So far as in excess of 72 crores. Cash seizures about 8.53 crores, and drugs is almost in excess of 35 crores. So the seizures this time, in fact, are about 20 times higher than the 2018 seizures.
Okay, that's a very, 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 very important statement. Seizures this time by the police under the direction of the Election Commission and the CEO has been 20 times higher than in the past. Overall, seizure has been 72 crore, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Karkonga, out of which 8.53 crore in cash, and the drug seizure is about 35 crore. Is that right?
Yes.
Absolutely, but one good thing, Mr. Karkongar, is that there is peaceful polling going on even along the border with Bangladesh, isn't it?
Yes. The polling is going on peacefully in the international borders as well as in the interstate borders. We must also thank the government of Assam for their cooperation, especially in the interstate borders. Our Chief Secretary has been in touch with the Assam Chief Secretary and from the Assam government also. They have, given us full cooperation for peaceful conduct of polls on the interstate border as well.
Right, Mr. Karkongar, once again, thanks so much for updating our viewers. These are very, very critical information with the viewers in Meghalaya would like to hear right from the horse's mouth. And that is what Mr. Karkongar has done. Once again, grateful to Mr. Karkongar for taking time out to speak to Northeast Live. Now, this is a big statement made by Mr. Karkongar. Seizures of cash and drugs to the tune of 72 crore plus, 8.53 crore in cash, drug seizure alone amounting to 35 crore. So now the seizures, according to Mr. Karkonga, this time around has been 20 times more than the seizures in the past. So this is absolutely a good job done by the police, because at the end of the day, cash and liquor flow freely during elections in most parts of the country, including, of course, the Northeast. This is something which the society has to deal with it, this is something which not just the government or the ECI, but the voters or the electorate will also have to deal with it. These are big issues Conrad Sangma, the NPP leader and chief minister, will be voting shortly. I'd like to go once more to Sarah Konyak, or for that matter, who are the panelists with me right now. Mr. Wardry, you've heard the chief electoral officer, Mr. Karkongor, just told me that 72 crore seizure, 8.53 crore in cash, and 35 crore worth of drugs have been seized. And he said, the CEO said that the seizures this time round is 20 times higher. So what does this reflect? Okay, Mr. Wazri, your audio is not there. You have muted your audio. You please unmute the audio.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I was wanting to comment about on that statement by the Chief Electoral Officer of Meghalaya. Now, this 20 times seizure compared to 2018, what does it reflect? You're right. It reflects about the kind of how declining the society has gone. It's really dangerous, in fact, and it reflects on the system itself, because one is the society part of it, and the other is a system to be able to cope with such problems. And if you ask what the next government needs to do, will the next government will be able to have the political will to take radical decisions to deal with these problems? In fact, I listened to the Chief Minister because he said that about the people-centric scheme that was introduced. Quite fair enough, because every government was trying to do that. But the question is again, has there been any radical decisions taken in the last 5 years which will make lasting impact on the society, which will make lasting impact on the state? Because if you look at it, all these drug seizures is related to one of the factors is unemployment, which is very rampant, in fact. So how do you deal with that unless something radical decision takes place?
Okay, we will get live to Sanbor Sulai. Mr. Wazri, sorry about that. Let's go to Sanbor Sulai, the BJP candidate.
This is 18 years long.
That's
and my polling station it is Lama Bila.
That's Ernest Maury. Okay, let's go back to the Ernest Maury bite. Okay, so we are slightly late in connecting to that bite. So viewers, what we will do is we will take a short break. But before that, let me tell you, there is a big knowledge festival going on in Kokrajhar in Western Assam. Mohammad Yunus, the Nobel laureate, founder of the Grameen Bank, is inaugurating this knowledge festival. It is being organized by Bodoland. These are live visuals. These are live visuals of the knowledge festival in Kokrajhar. We will come back to the live broadcast on the elections. But these are live visuals of that knowledge festival in Kokrajhar. It's organized by the Bodoland Territorial Council and the Bodoland University, perhaps, if I'm not wrong. And this is an initiative of the Bodoland chief, Mr. Pramod Boro. And we know that Mohammad Yunus, the Nobel laureate and founder of the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, one of the pioneers of microfinance, a man responsible for changing the overall economy, rural economy in Bangladesh, particularly empowering women. He is the person who is inaugurating this knowledge festival. And there are other guests as well. Bollywood actor Vivek Oberoi is also there. We will soon show you the inauguration of this festival, Bodoland Knowledge Festival. We'll bring this also live in between our continuous live broadcast. I will take a short break. Don't go away. Raunak will be back to carry forward with this live broadcast.
দেশৰ প্ৰতিখন ঘৰেই মোৰ পৰিয়াল আৰু মোৰ প্ৰতিজ্ঞা হ'ল প্ৰতিখন ঘৰলৈ 100% বিশুদ্ধ সামগ্ৰী যোগান ধৰাটো পতঞ্জলি গৰুৰ ঘি কচ্চি ঘানি সৰিয়হৰ তেল মছলা কেশৰ আটা দালি তথা চাউল আদি সকলো সামগ্ৰী পতঞ্জলিৰে ঘৰলৈ আনিব নিজৰ মৰমৰ শিশুটো আৰু পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m.
Welcome back. It is me, Wasbir Hussain, once again bringing you the live broadcast on this voting day. Let's listen in to Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, what he had said a short while ago to us.
We have with us Meghalaya Chief Minister and NPP National President, Mr. Conrad Sangma. Well, sir, is the voting day, the D-Day. How are you feeling?
We're very positive, and the last few weeks, the campaign has been very good. We have been receiving very, very positive response from the people, and we are very confident that we will get the mandate again.
So, anti-incumbency factor is there. Will it work?
In fact, if you look in the last few years, a lot of pro-people schemes and programs and development has have happened. And at the grassroots, if you go, there are a lot of positive vibes about the work that has been done by this government. And the numbers show it. I don't have to give you all the details. So there is actually a very pro feeling among the people. Of course, everything cannot be resolved and every development cannot come in. So there will always be expectations. Those are there. But on a whole, we feel that people are happy with the way the work has happened in the last 5 years, especially the peace that we have maintained in the state. And so we feel that it's going to have a very positive impact in the elections.
Well, so Meghalaya has always witnessed a fractured mandate. So how do you see the picture this time?
Yes, Meghalaya has seen a fractured mandate in the past, but we are seeing a trend this time where people are looking at NPP as the option because of the fact that there is a fractured opposition. There's no strong opposition this time, and people have seen the work that we have done in the last 5 years, and therefore there is a sense that we are inching towards the halfway mark.
Will you be able to form government on your own?
Let's see. We are quite confident we will be able to, but elections and votings have to take place, and we'll see how things go.
Post-election, if you have to ally with any party, which party will ally with?
We'll see when the time comes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the Chief Minister of Meghalaya and NPP National President, Mr. Conrad Sangma, speaking exclusively to Northeast Live, reporting from Tura with Camperson Novo. This is Arindam Das for Northeast Live.
Well, we will try and go to Achumbemo Kikon to get his version of what happened. We will also listen to Ernest Maury, the BJP president in Meghalaya, who spoke a short while ago. If that bite is ready, we will play that Ernest Maury bite. And we'd also like to go to Sarah Konyak, our correspondent, who is standing by in the constituency where Chief Minister Nefurio is going to cast his vote. Producers must tell me what we have right now. Okay, so before we talk to Achumemo Kikon, before we go back to Sarah Konyak, we are going to Sarah Konyak in a while. Immediately, I want to go to Sarah Konyak. And before that, of course, Mr. Rudy Wardry, that confidence that Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, NPP leader, is exuding, where do you think it is coming from?
In fact, the way I view it, it's possible that still they may be still doing well, but I think it's not so much about the party, it's also about the candidates, especially in Khasi and Jaintia Hills. Because when we went to the rural areas recently, we talked to some people there, they don't know anything about the party, it's the candidates. So it's possible that some of their candidates will do well, and they may still get still a sizable number of seats. So, but if you are telling me about the people scheme, the people friendly schemes, it may have made some impact, but I don't think it's across the board like that. This is the kind of feedback we got from the rural areas, especially.
Right. Now, one interesting thing, Mr. Rudy, is that if there is a fractured verdict, if none of the political parties are to secure an absolute majority, the three parties have already tested power together. That is the NDP and NPP, the BJP, and the UDP. Now, do you think if that happens again, if the government is to be formed by the NPP, UDP, and the BJP, do you think Conrad Sangma will be the obvious choice of the party, or what? These are live visuals of Conrad Sangma waiting in the queue to cast his votes. Yes, Rudy Wardry. Will Conrad Sangma be the obvious choice?
Good question. I must tell you, it sounds very parochial.
Yeah.
But the reality is that there's the undercurrent that this time there should be a Khasi chief minister, even if the NPP comes. So it's not automatic. I think that Conrad Sangma will be elected leader necessarily. He may have an advantage having been the chief minister. He may have an advantage because depending on the number of seats from Garo Hills, how much NPP gets, number of seats NPP gets in Khasi and Jaintia Hills, I think that will determine who the leader will be, the way I look at it. So it's not automatic. It's quite possible. So depending again, it's quite possible that again, BJP, NPP, UDP may come back again together. It's quite possible. Nothing can be ruled out. Anything can happen. Some party may even split to form a government.
Yeah.
But again, it depending who will be the most acceptable leader, depending on the number of other factors, be it the Garo Hills factors, the Khasi Hills factors, the Jaintia Hills factors. All this will come into play.
Right. That's a very interesting statement you are making because you're saying that the cost of sounding parochial, but you have made perhaps that there has to be a Khasi chief minister. So it will not be easy. The race for chief ministership is going to be another drama that we are going to witness after 2nd of March.
Absolutely.
Right. No, right. I don't know whether Sarah is with me. I have no information from my producers. Okay, I have been now told that Sarah Konyak is online. So let me go to Sarah Konyak. Sarah, where are you? Where is the Chief Minister Nafurio at this point in time? Sarah.
Yes, Wasbir, I'm still here at polling station number 5 at Tupuma village, the native village of the Chief Minister. We have just been informed that the CM will be arriving in the next 10 to 15 minutes here to cast his vote. He's actually touring around the polling stations under his constituency. So he will be coming here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So any minute from now, we can expect the Chief Minister in polling station number 5 where he will be casting his vote, Wasbir.
Right. So, are the elderly people who were waiting to receive him still waiting, or have they already cast their votes?
Absolutely. Some of them have already casted their votes, and I would like to ask my camera person to pan around and show the elderly people here are still waiting for the Chief Minister to arrive at the polling station. As you can see, both elderly persons, both female and male are all waiting here, patiently waiting here, waiting for the chief minister to arrive. And as you can see, a lot of people are also standing outside the gate, waiting to have a glimpse of the chief minister Nefirio, to greet him and also to welcome him, and also, yes, to also wish him all the very best for this election.
So there is a lot of activity there. Are people are you getting a cup of tea or something? Is there anybody offering you a cup of tea? Is the chief minister coming? Why are the cameramen glued that side?
Yes, we can see the convoy of the chief minister. We can see two vehicles here. So we are expecting the CM to arrive any minute from now. And yes, definitely, Wasbir, tea and juices are being served to the people, to the general public, to the voters who have come here waiting for to have a glimpse of the chief minister. Wasbir.
I will stay with this visual. Sarah, stand by. Don't go away now, because we don't want to miss the visuals of Chief Minister Nefirio emerging there. And I hope you also had a juice to drink.
Yes, Wasbir, I did.
So okay, so is this the convoy of the chief minister, or is this the advance party? Who are these people? Is this the
Well,
family?
Wasbir, we are not able to. Yes, probably these are family members. We can. Yes, we can see the wife of the lady wife of the chief minister, Mrs. Kaisa Irio, along with her daughters, arriving here at the polling station to cast their vote.
Exclusive visuals on Northeast Live. That is the wife of the chief minister, Nefirio. Yes, Sarah, continue with your commentary. Yes, Sarah.
Right, Wasbir. So they are all the, as you can see, the elderly people and small children here to welcome them.
This is the wife of the
like I
chief
said,
minister,
to have
right?
a glimpse of
Wife of the chief minister, and their two,
absolutely, Mrs. Kaisario.
and who are the daughters? What do they do?
Yeah, two of their daughters are here. Gracie, if I can just have a right. So they are not willing to comment anything right now, Wasbir. They are entering the polling station at the moment.
All right, all right. They are free to talk. They are free not to talk, of course. But it is our duty, Sarah, to ask them a few questions. Please wait there. Let them come out. Probably they will talk once they come out. So that is the chief minister's wife. Let's focus with these visuals. Yes, that is the chief minister's wife in the white outfit. And two daughters going inside the polling station. So therefore, we are expecting the chief minister Nefirio anytime now. That is what we are expecting. Of course, Sarah Konyak is right there, waiting to have a bite of the chief minister and the family members. Sarah, there is a mood of expectation, isn't it?
Absolutely, Wasbir, absolutely. Everybody looks very excited. We can also see one of the officials of the chief minister who have arrived. So we can, yes, so I can definitely say that the chief minister will be arriving any minute from now, Wasbir.
Tell us about the constituency of the chief minister. Tell us about the size of the voters in this constituency, and also tell us about his main rival. Tell us something about his main rival.
Well, yes, Wasbir,
Sarah, we want Sarah on
Rio,
the frame.
Chief Minister Nefi Rio belongs to.
You come on the frame, Sarah. Yes, carry on. Carry on. Please carry on.
Right, Wasbir, Northern Angambi too is the bastion of Chief Minister Nefirio. And speaking about his opponent is Mr. Sievile, who is contesting from he's a first-time candidate and he is contesting from the Congress ticket. Well, in 2018, what we have witnessed is that although there were opponents contesting against Nefirio, however, they withdrew and Rio was elected uncontested. However, this time we have a first-time candidate contesting from the Congress party ticket to give a fight to the Chief Minister. Well, the Chief Minister during his filing of nomination had stated that he does not undermine any political parties and they cannot take things slightly. So, however, at the same time, he also exuded confidence that he will be winning with a thumping majority even this time and retaining his seat. So, yes, we are here at Topema and we are all waiting for the Chief Minister to arrive and cast his vote. His wife and his daughters are already here at the polling station waiting for him to arrive.
Okay, you keep a track up there, Sarah. You keep a track, close watch. Don't disconnect the live view. Don't disconnect the backpack because we don't want to miss. We should be live in jest so that we can cover. I will go to Hasina Karbi, a social activist and who keeps a close watch on the political and social developments in Meghalaya. But let me tell you, viewers, that Agatha Sangma and mother of Conrad Sangma in queue to cast votes. They've already cast their votes. Agatha Sangma, the sister of Conrad Sangma, and Conrad Sangma's mother, the wife of the late P.S. Sangma, they are in queue to cast their votes. We already have the visuals. That is Conrad Sangma in queue a short while ago. And of course, the mother and Agatha Sangma waiting in the queue to cast their vote. These are the times, viewers, where that is Agatha Sangma, and that is Conrad Sangma's mom, that is Conrad Sangma's mother, the wife of the late P.S. Sangma. They are in queue. As I was saying, viewers, these are the times when the VVIPs, they come and they want to end the differences between the divide between the VVIPs and the Aam Aadmi. And like an Aam Aadmi, there we can see Conrad Sangma in the queue. We'll stay with these visuals, but let me quickly go to Hasina Karbi. Let's stay with these visuals and go to Hasina Karbi. Are these live visuals? Okay, so if we can have live visuals of Conrad Sangma there, if we can ask our reporters to send live visuals of the Conrad Sangma. Hasina Karbi, welcome to this live broadcast, Hasina. Good to have you on the show after a long time. And have you cast your vote? And what are your thoughts today as Meghalaya votes for a new government?
I'm about to cast my vote, Wasbir. I think there's been a tough competition that's going on in Meghalaya right now. With many strong leaders coming to actually contest this time. So I think there's going to be quite a mix of feedbacks coming down from the ground, with everybody out there gearing themselves to get vote and also to get support of where they have been campaigning for a while.
No. As someone who is working with the people, as someone who is constantly working with the people, Hasina, what are your priorities? What do you expect the new government to focus on?
I think it's time for the new government to look more at development in state. But when we talk about development, it's also important that understand what kind of development is needed by the people. It's just not about connectivity of roads and infrastructure, but it's also about how the economic upliftment of the state and of the people can actually be taken up further, where we have more employment opportunities for the young people.
Right. Finally, Hasina, I would like to let you go and cast your vote and maybe join us in a conversation little later when you are free after casting your vote. But the point is, there's fear that there will be a fractured mandate once again, and the same people who had earlier tested power under a coalition will come back, or there may be some other combination. But at the end of the day, without a stable government, do you think Meghalaya's future will be bright?
I think Meghalaya needs a stable government, Wasbir, and I think a stable government is where the people can actually, focus on whatever is needed to be done. Because when you don't have a stable government, then half the time the whole administration is gearing up to ensure who is coming as a leader. So it's time we also look at stability. I think for the past years we've had stability, but at the same time, I think we leadership that bring the stability yet bring on progress in Meghalaya.
Right. Hasina Karbi, thank you very much for speaking right now. You will go and cast your votes. Maybe we'll have you once again little later after you are done with voting. Thanks so much for joining. And we have reactions coming in from Meghalaya Deputy Chief Minister Preston Tingsung, who is contesting from the Peninsula seat. He is once again up against Nehru Suting of the Congress, whom he defeated by 2,574 votes in the last elections. TMC, BJP, and UDP have also fielded candidates in Peninsula constituency. Yes, let's listen into Preston Tingsung.
Let's cross the bridge because I'm very, very confident we will cross the required number, the magic number, 32, 33 seats. I'm very sure for that. But of course, well, if we have to work together as we did last 5 years, then it's different issue that we will see how to go about it. But I'm very sure this time we will cross the magic number, 32, 33 seats. We are alone. Even other parties, I think they are alone. They don't have any kind of pre-poll alliance or this, that, or understanding. So we don't have that. We don't have.
So are you eyeing on the CM's seat?
Well, see, I keep saying this. See, for us, the question of chief ministership is dependable to the newly elected MLAs of the party. Because see, we have to sit down among ourselves, we walk out, and then ultimately, wherever or whatever decision taken, we have to respect that.
We'll cut live once again. We'll take a break. But before that, quickly cut live to Kokrajhar, where the Bodoland International Knowledge Festival 2023 is just about to start. We will continue with this live broadcast on the elections, but taking a small break away from that, we are going live. This is live visuals from Kokrajhar, where the Bodoland International Knowledge Festival 2023 just gone underway. This has been organized by the Bodoland University and of course with the active support of the Bodoland Territorial Council. The chief guest for the occasion is Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, who is the founder of the Grameen Bank, the man responsible for bringing about a microfinance revolution in neighboring Bangladesh and empowering women. So we will go to that festival live in a short while from now. Our reporter Lenio Kruchina is there in Kokrajhar standing by. We'll bring you those visuals as soon as the program begins. But right now, let's go for a short break, and after that, we'll continue with the live broadcast on voting day.
For all of them.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m.
Our Honorable Chief of BTR, Shri Pramod Boroji, and all our respected and honorable guests on this platform of today's inaugural session of the one and only first Bodoland International Knowledge Festival 2023. And I would like to request them to kindly take their respective seats, and would like to request every one of you to give a big round of applause for all of them and to welcome them on a special inaugural session of today. And that is the first Borderland International Knowledge Festival 2023. Once they take their respective seats, I would like to request every one of you to settle down. Once they take their respective seats, I would like to request all of you to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our immense pleasure to welcome each and every dignitaries and all.
All right, let us once again quickly cut across live to Nagaland, where Chief Minister Nephew Rio has arrived to cast his vote, viewers. And yes, these are visuals that you see on your screens of the incumbent Chief Minister of Nagaland, Nephew Rio, who has just arrived to cast his vote. And as you can clearly see from the visuals, he is being greeted by a crowd of supporters who were waiting all this while to greet and give a warm welcome to the incumbent Chief Minister, Nephew Rio, the longest serving Chief Minister of Nagaland, who has just arrived at the Northern Angami 2 constituency to cast his vote. He is addressing the media. Let's listen in.
Voting is going on smoothly. Let me talk to you. Okay.
दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से नागालैंड के क्षेत्र में चुनाव चल रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री जब पहुंचते हैं तो उनके इंतजार में यहाँ पर मौजूद काफी सारे लोग, खासकर बुजुर्ग, उनसे हाथ मिलाने के लिए लंबे वक्त से वो इंतजार कर रहे थे। पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर भी वो लोग इंतजार में थे और जैसे ही
they are already inside to cast the vote, and in a short while from now.
Yes, so viewers, that is indeed the incumbent Chief Minister of Nagaland, Nephew Rio, who is being greeted by a crowd of supporters who are waiting there to welcome him upon his arrival. And just moments ago, we saw Nephew Rio's wife, as well as Nephew Rio's two daughters, who arrived ahead of him and were also accorded a very warm welcome by the people over there. And just now, we are receiving these are live visuals from the Northern Angami 2 constituency, and Chief Minister Nephew Rio will be casting his vote in just moments from now. We can only hope that he will say a few words to the media before or after he is done casting his vote in Nagaland today.
कैमरामैन आगे ही चला गया है तो रश हाँ
All right, so my colleague Sarah Konyak is also standing by over there, and she will be there as soon as Nephew Rio gives a word to the media. However, Sarah, I will come to you right now, and of course, this is a big moment as there was a crowd of people we saw who were waiting since several hours to greet the Chief Minister upon his arrival. Sarah.
Absolutely, the Chief Minister, NDPP candidate from Northern Angami 2 have just arrived, and he's on the queue. He's in the queue to go and cast this vote. His lady wife, daughters, and his son is also here to cast their votes. Well, we tried talking to the Chief Minister, Mr. Rio. However, he politely asked to let him cast his vote first. So we are expecting him to come out and speak to the media right after casting his vote. It's pretty rush here as there are like other medias surrounding the entire polling station. So Yes, the Chief Minister have just entered to cast his vote, so we will have to wait for him to come out and speak to the media. At the same time, yes, people who were waiting since morning for him to arrive here at his polling station, the elderly persons, we could see the smile on their faces. And as the Chief Minister entered the polling station, he was greeted by his constituency people. So yes, we will have to wait for them, for the Chief Minister to come.
Yes, absolutely. And we will expect the Chief Minister to have a word with the media soon after he's done casting the vote. But however, Sarah, from the looks of it, just by looking at the Chief Minister himself, it is quite evident that he is a very confident man going into the polling station to cast his vote today. And already the longest serving Chief Minister of Nagaland, he will be looking to come back for another straight consecutive term as the Chief Minister of Nagaland. And from the looks of the Chief Minister, he seems to be a very confident man as he has just gone inside to cast his vote, Sarah.
Absolutely, absolutely, Ronak. Well, he does seem very much confident that he will be able to retain his seat for the fifth term again. Although he has an opponent from the Congress party, although there is an opponent contesting against him from the Congress party, he does not undermine his opponent. However, we are not very pretty sure whether the Congress opponent will be able to give a good fight, as Rio is one leader who have not lost elections since the time he has been elected from the Assembly constituency, from the 10 Northern Angami 2 constituency, Ronak.
Absolutely, and here we see the live visuals. Nephew Rio has just finished casting his vote, and he is heading out from the polling station. It is up to him to decide whether he wants to have a word with the media or not. However, as you can clearly see from the visuals, viewers, there is a crowd of media persons who are hoping that the Chief Minister will say something to the media. Let's listen in now.
Please, camera, please,
Camera. Well, there's a very big rush here. Ronak, everybody is waiting for its turn to try and speak to the Chief Minister.
1 minute, sir, 1 minute.
अरे माइक लीजिए ना. And the campaign has been managed very well. Nadaji came, our national BJP president, then our host of high command leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji, and finally the Honorable Prime Minister addressed the rally in the Agri Expo, Dimapur, Chamugadima. And so we are hoping that NPP and BJP will come back with a massive majority, and we will run the affairs of the state once again.
आज लोग घर से बाहर निकल रहे हैं वोट डालने के लिए, लोगों से क्या अपील करेंगे आप? वोटिंग परसेंटेज किस तरीके का हो और लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा पहुंचे पोलिंग स्टेशन वोट डालने के लिए?
Yes, I appeal to the voters, to all of them to come out and vote and give a very high percentage, particularly the first time who are voting should come out, because this is the beauty of democracy, exercising your franchise for your wish and choice of a leadership.
पुराना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ पाएंगे आप? पुराना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ पाएंगे अपनी जीत का, सीटों का आंकड़ा अपना तोड़ पाएंगे आप पुराना रिकॉर्ड?
There is my belief that we will won by a record margin, including myself.
If you're elected, if your party forms the government, you will become the longest serving Chief Minister of the state. This will be a history. What do you have to comment on this?
Well, by the grace of God and people's support, if I'm elected, I'm already the longest serving Chief Minister. It is my privilege, and I'm really humbled by the love and the support of the people. So this time, if I come back, it will be my fifth term as Chief Minister and consecutively. So this is a very good record for any politicians. and in trouble state like Nagaland, people desire is solution of the Naga protected issue, and then permanent peace and development, all round development. Oh, I hope and pray. I hope and pray.
Like there are very issues in eastern part of the state. What will have to say about the people of
On Naga political issue, you see, the IM had signed the framework agreement on 3rd August 2015, and the NNPG signed on 17 November 2017. So both strong group had signed, and they were not together. That's how I feel that there was no solution during this period. But on 14 January to 2023, they had given a joint statement that will together solve Naga issue through the historical right of the Nagas and protecting the tradition, culture, and identity of the Nagas. So I think coming together give us more hope to resolve Naga issue. And for the Eastern, their demand, their memorandum, which had been long outstanding, and Home Minister Amit Shah ji, he had invited them for talk and made them understand, because they even went to the extent of boycotting the election in the state of Nagaland. Because of coming to an understanding, they have a call off, and the election is going on peacefully. I had also campaigned in the eastern region, and I jointly campaigned with Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji in Mon and in Tuengsang. So there's a huge welcoming of Home Minister, and he said that this will be addressed. And I also give assurance that government of Nagaland, if we come back to power, will give full support to uplift their deficiencies of infrastructure, their literacy rate, and their government jobs also, and we will build up their economy. This is what I assured, and will definitely work towards that.
सर नागा शांति की बातें हमेशा से होती रही है लेकिन वो बातों में ही रहा है क्या हमें that time कुछ मिल पाएगा
to uproot the NPF party, and he has also alleged that the NSA and IM forces are present in his particularly in his constituency, Northern one. What is your take on this?
Well, I don't want to comment on that. The question of uprooting NPF does not arise. If he cannot manage or take care of his own party, how can he blame somebody for his failures? And regarding the Naga groups involving in election, if they are doing, they should not do so. And all the incidents I condemned. And also, I hope and appeal to the Naga voters also to be peaceful and then vote for the success of democracy.
सर आज जबकि चुनाव चल रहा है 2 जिलों में हिंसा की खबरें गोलीबारी तक हुई है आज चुनाव के वक्त में ही बड़ा सवाल ये है कि क्या कोई टाइम यहाँ की जनता को एक टाइम फ्रेम मिल सकता है कि अगर दोबारा आपकी सरकार आई तो शांति कायम रहेगी नागालैंड के अंदर सिर्फ बातें नहीं एक तयशुदा समय
In Nagaland, though the Naga political issue is not resolved, there is peace in Nagaland. The only thing is that solution could not come. Otherwise, the crime rate has come down drastically. And in this small state category, 3 year consecutive, Nagaland state has been rated as the lowest crime rates. And therefore, it's good. And also the best state of crime against women. We are proud that our party manifesto, we have mentioned about women empowerment, gender equality, and we got 2 potential candidates. So our party also had given the ticket to them, and we are hopeful that they will win. BJP also set up 1 women candidate, where Assam Chief Minister Himanta ji, who is the Northeast Democratic Alliance convener, we campaign together for the women candidates in 3 constituencies also.
क्या आप मानते हैं सर ये सबसे मुफीद समय है नागा शांति के लिए? केंद्र में बीजेपी की सरकार है, यहाँ आपका अलायंस है, ये बेस्ट टाइम है क्या?
No, nobody can set a deadline, but we are hopeful that these things will go smoother this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that was, of course, the Chief Minister of Nagaland, Nephew Rio, right after having cast his vote, addressing media persons, and of course, talking on a slew of things. First and foremost, of course, he has made an appeal to the voters of Nagaland with a particular mention for the first-time voters and urging them to come out and vote in large numbers, and also, of course, saying at the same time that he wants the voters to break its own record.
Is very less comparatively to the last elections. What would you like to say on that? Is it
Well,
a
I just
reflection
say-
of the increasing peace scenario?
Yes, I just said that Nagaland state has been categorized as the lowest crime in the state. And also you are aware, situation has improved. That's why out of 74 police stations, even the 15 police stations were done away with the Armed Forces Special Power Act. That goes to show that situation has improved. And many forces are here to prevent any electioneering crimes or violence. And I hope our election will be peaceful and successful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so it seems the Chief Minister Nephew Rio is finally done talking to the media, and once again reiterating that there is peace in Nagaland right now, even though the Naga issue has not been resolved. However, the state has witnessed peace in recent times. That is what the Chief Minister has said, and he has also spoken on a host of other issues. We will discuss the things that the Chief Minister Nephew Rio was talking about, but right after a very short break here, viewers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
হাৰ্ট, কোলেষ্ট্ৰল, মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইন্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল।
বাইদেউ প্ৰথম পিম্পল তাতে আকৌ সোবাদি আৰু কি আছে? এইটো আছে নহয় হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেস ওয়াশ। পিছে ইয়াৰ সায়েন্স কিনো? ই হ'ল সোপ ফ্ৰী। ই পিম্পলছ বাৰে বাৰে ওলোৱাত বাধা দিয়ে।
ই ক্লিনিক্যালি প্ৰভেন। ইয়াত আছে নিম আৰু হালধিৰ গুণ। ই পিম্পলছ আঁতৰাই আৰু স্কিন কৰি তোলে হেলথি। পিম্পলৰ বাবে সায়েন্সৰ কথা শুনা। হিমালয়া পিউৰিফাইং নিম ফেস ওয়াশ।
শিশুৱে সাধাৰণতে গাখীৰ নাখায়, সেয়ে ভাৰতত প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে আমি গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ পৰা প্ৰস্তুত কৰিছো পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিট, আৰু সেয়াও ময়দা, কলেষ্ট্ৰল আৰু ট্ৰান্স ফেট ৰহিত। পতঞ্জলি দুধ বিস্কিটৰ এটা পেকেটত আছে 1 কাপ পৰিমাণৰ গৰুৰ গাখীৰৰ স্বাস্থ্যকৰ সোৱাদ।
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
মায়ে নিজ হাতেৰে মঠি উলিওৱা ঘিৰ দৰে সুস্বাদু আৰু স্বাস্থ্যসন্মত পতঞ্জলি গাই গৰুৰ দেশী ঘি খাওক, নিজৰ পৰিয়ালক ভেজালকৰণৰ বিহৰ পৰা ৰক্ষা কৰক।
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime, every day at 7 p.m.
Welcome back, viewers, and this is the voting day live from both Nagaland and Meghalaya. Let us straight away cut across to Tura, where our Chief of Bureau Arindam Das is speaking to Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's mother. Let's listen in.
For your
जाके देखा और मेरा बेटी आगता वो भी शिलोंग भी गया, जोई भी गया, वो भी बता रहे ऐसा तो उधर उधर भी अच्छा ही बोल रहा है, लेकिन हम तो नहीं किया ना, मालूम नहीं हमको। लेकिन वो जाके बोल रहा है मम्मी शिलोंग में भी अच्छा है, जोआई में भी अच्छा है, हम लोग का कैंडिडेट बोल रहे। ये सबको देखिएगा तो लगता है ऊपर वाला का मर्जी, जो भी करेगा जो भी देगा हम तो एक्सेप्ट पे करना ही, हम लोग तो इंसान है, क्या करेगा ना, उसका ऊपर तो हम लोग नहीं कर सकता वही।
Thank you very much. That was the mother of Conrad Sangma speaking exclusively to Northeast Live. Reporting from Tura with Karpsan Noble, this is Arindam Das for Northeast Live. Thank you.
So yes, indeed, viewers, that was the mother of Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma speaking exclusively to our Chief of Bureau Arindam Das. She seemed quite emotional while she was talking about Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Let's listen in once again.
Most of the constituencies, I am very positive, and I believe that we are going to come out with flying colors. NPP is going to form the government as a single largest majority, and we are very confident of that.
Talking about that point only, Meghalaya has always witnessed a fractured mandate. So do you feel there will be a change in this scenario this time?
It looks like, because people have realized what a stable government can give them in these 5 years. Though we were a coalition, it was a very stable government. So I think that this time people are going to come largely to vote for a stable government, for a government that brings peace and the government that brings development. And I think that NPP has proved itself to be that option that allows people to live in peace and give development, which is the responsibility of the government.
Well, talking about this election, Meghalaya has always been seen as a state where election used to be a gentleman's game, but this time we have seen war of words between parties, between leaders. Chief Minister, your brother Conrad Sangma has attacked Mukul Sangma about his party. In fact, Mukul Sangma has attacked your brother Conrad Sangma, saying that he is racial, he is uncivilized. And BJP also went ahead to say that Meghalaya is a corrupt state. So what do you feel about this scenario this time?
Well, it's very unfortunate that sometimes leaders, have to campaign on a negative mode. But I think that NPP as a party, we've always maintained a much more positive campaign. We've talked more about what we have to offer as a party, the kind of development we have done, the kind of peace that has come about in Meghalaya. So those are the issues that, if you see my campaign, if you see the candidates' campaigns, you'll see that our campaigns have always been positive. And other parties, it's not in my hands. If my brothers had said anything, it is only to respond to the accusations made against him.
Well, war of word continues in election, but post-election, if need arises, party allies also.
Well, I mean, that is the way sometimes things work. But that does never mean that we compromise on what we believe in. And we have certain beliefs as a party, and we have certain promises that we have made that we are going to deliver. And those are things we are not going to compromise on.
You are confident that NPP will come out as the single largest party and form the government in case it needs support of other parties post-election. Which party it will ally with?
See, that is something that is not in my hands to decide and to sort of talk about right now. Let the time come, let the results come, and then we will see which path to follow. I mean, being in politics, you need to also be able to adapt sometimes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the Lok Sabha MP from Tura constituency, Agatha Sangma, speaking exclusively to Northeast Live. Reporting from Tura with Karpsan Novo, this is Arindam Das for Northeast Live.
All right, so there you have it, viewers. That was our Chief of Bureau Arindam Das speaking to NPP, to the NPP's Agatha Sangma, and of course, what you see on your screens right now are very interesting visuals, viewers. That is, of course, would you believe it? That is the Chief Minister Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, standing in queue to cast his vote just like any other normal person. This is actually a visual that speaks for itself, that also speaks about the fact that everyone is equal when coming to cast their vote. Chief Minister of the state Meghalaya, standing in queue with all other common men and women to cast his vote. And just a short while back, we also saw our Chief of Bureau Arindam Das also speaking to Conrad Sangma's mother, and she seemed very emotional. We will discuss on these topics when we come back after a very, very short break. Stay tuned.
7 p.m.
হাৰ্ট, কোলেষ্ট্ৰল, মেদবহুলতা আৰু মধুমেহ ৰোগীৰ বাবে সৰ্বশ্ৰেষ্ঠ হৈছে পতঞ্জলি ফিজিকেলি ৰিফাইণ্ড ৰাইচ ব্ৰেন অইল আৰু কচ্চি ঘানি বিশুদ্ধ সৰিয়হ তেল।
News to keep you ahead. Evening Prime every day at 7 p.m. News to keep you.
Welcome back, viewers. And before we continue with our coverage from Nagaland and Meghalaya, let's shift our focus to Kokrajhar in Assam for once. Well, in a bid to promote knowledge exchange, solution sharing, and partnership building for achieving social development priorities, as well as key sustainable development goals in the region, the Bodoland University is organizing its first four-day Bodoland International Knowledge Festival from today. That's right, viewers. These are live visuals that you are seeing. And yes, you are correct, viewers. That is none other than actor Vivek Oberoi, who is gracing the festival as one of the chief guests of the occasion. And these are live visuals from Kokrajhar at this point in time, viewers. Vivek Oberoi sitting amongst the BTR Council. And of course, we can also see some of the other prominent members of the Bodoland Territorial Council sitting alongside him. And that is, of course, Vivek Oberoi, a four-day knowledge festival that is underway from today in Bodo Heartland, Kokrajhar. Let me also tell our viewers at this point, all right, before I tell you more, that is, of course, the BTR chief, Pramod Boro, felicitating Vivek Oberoi with a traditional garment. And of course, a traditional Boro shawl also being presented to actor Vivek Oberoi by the BTR chief, Pramod Boro.
UN Bromo. And the Aronai ensemble. Thank you very much. May I request Thank you, sir. May I request our organizing team to kindly felicitate Brigadier M. Ravi, who is here in our midst today with an Aronai memento of Bodofa UN Bromo and an overcoat. We also have in our midst today Sri Brajesh Dholakia, son of our Honorable Sri Sabjibhai Dholakia, awardee of Padma Shri. May I request our organizing team to kindly felicitate sir with the Aronai, a memento of Upendranath Brahmo, and also an overcoat. May I call upon our organizing team to kindly felicitate Professor Pramod Kumar, Professor of Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Delhi. May I request our organizing team to kindly felicitate our host, Vice Chancellor of Bodoland University, Professor Laisram Ladu Singh. May I request Thank you very much. Now may I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Sri Anurag Goel, IAS, Principal Secretary of Government of Bodoland Territorial Region, with an Aronai, memento of Bodofa UN Brahma, and an overcoat. We have in our midst Sri Gautam Das sir. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate sir with an Aronai. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Professor Pawan Kumar Sharma, who is here in our midst, representing Kurukshetra University. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Speaker of Bodoland Territorial Region Legislative Assembly, Sri Katiram Boro sir, with an Aronai. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Sri Arup Kumar De, Honorable Executive Member of Bodoland Territorial Region, with an Aronai. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Sri Ziron Bosmatari, Honorable MLA of Gosaigao. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Sri Jointa Bosmatari sir, Honorable MLA. May I request the organizing team to kindly felicitate Dr. Subung Bosmatari, respected Registrar of the host university, Bodoland University. I thank the organizing team for doing the honors. Now, may I request our cultural troupe to present the beautiful Bagurumba dance led by Sri Soprodor Narzari, who is an accomplished musician, a folk artist, and an active practitioner in terms of folk music and folk stories for social change and for social development. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the troupe. Thank you for the beautiful dance performance by the cultural troupe. Now, we have in our midst a very accomplished Sufi singer, Sri Vedant Bhardwaj ji. A multifaceted, multi-genre musician, Vedant Bhardwaj specializes in singing and playing the songs of saint poets from the Bhakti and Sufi traditions. He has formally learned Carnatic, Hindustani, and Western classical music and is currently a disciple of Maestro Ramamurthy Rao. May I invite... Okay. Apologies. While Sir Vedant Bhardwaj is preparing his instruments, we will invite Honorable Chief of BTR, Sri Pramod Boro sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, yes.
Namaskar, Kulumbai. Today is the new dawn in the history of Bodoland that we are here to celebrate the first Bodoland International Knowledge Festival. And we are very happy to welcome some of the leaders of the art who has born to lead the nation, born to lead the society, and born to lead the world. So I welcome from my core of my heart to the big leaders gathered today. আজি আমাৰ কাৰণে এটা হিষ্ট্ৰিক ঐতিহাসিক দিন প্ৰথমবাৰৰ কাৰণে বডোলেণ্ড ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত আমি পৃথিৱীৰ কিছুমান ব্যক্তি যিসকলে মানৱ সমাজটো নেতৃত্ব দিবলৈ জন্ম দিয়ে তেনেকুৱা ব্যক্তিবিলাকক আমি ইয়াত পাবলৈ সক্ষম হৈছো আৰু সেই সকলক আদৰণি জনাবলৈ পাই মই খুশি হৈছো আনন্দিত হৈছো দিनै जोङो जोबोद गोजोननाय मोनदों जे दिनैनि सानाव जोङो गिबि खेबनि थाखाय बडलेण्ड इउनिभार्सिटियाव मुलुगनि माखासे मुंदांखा सुबुंफोरखौ बरायनो खाबु मोनदों आरो बिथांमोनखौ जोंनि गेजेराव मोननानै जोङो जोबोद गोजोननाय मोनदों दा बेनिखायनो आं सानो बडलेण्डनि जारिमिनाव दिनैनि साना जोबोद गोसोखांथाव सान जानानै थागोन आं बिथांमोनखौ बरायनो मोननानै जोबोद गोजोननाय मोनदों आज के दिन हमारे लिए एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है बडोलैंड में पहली बार हमें ये मौका मिला है कि बडोलैंड यूनिवर्सिटी में फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल नॉलेज फेस्टिवल में विश्व के नेता विश्व को मार्गदर्शन करने वाले व्यक्ति हमारे बीच में हैं हम सभी आप सभी को तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं और ये मौका हम खोना नहीं चाहते कि हम आप सभी को बडोलैंड में हमारी तरफ से हम नमन करते हैं और हमारी तरफ से हम हार्दिक शुभकामना देते हैं टुडे वी हैव आवर चीफ गेस्ट Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, a great leader of humanity in our times. We have Speaker of Assam Assembly, Biswajit Deimariji. We have Urkhagura Brahmaji, Senior and Cabinet Minister of Assam, Deputy Chief of Bodoland Territorial Region, Govinda Basumatariji, Mr. Zigme Thinle Nyam Namgyal, Consulate General of Royal Bhutanese Government, Katiram Boroji, Speaker of Bodoland Assembly, Professor Dhruvo Kumar Bhattacharjee, Honorable Vice Chancellor Tezpur University, Professor Prabhashankar Shukla, Vice Chancellor of Northeast Hills University, Professor Ramesh Chandra Bharadwaj ji, Vice Chancellor of Maharshi Balmiki Sanskrit University, Haryana, Professor Vidyut Chandra Deka, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Assam Agriculture University, Professor Pratap Jyoti Hendik, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guwahati University, Professor Ramesh Chandra Deka, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Jiten Hazarika, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dibrugarh University, Professor Saket Kushwa, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh, my friend, actor, filmmaker, and philanthropist, Vivek Oberoi, my dear Sri Sonam Wangsukji, who is celebrated all over the world for his innovation in quality education through Sagmal. Respected Sri Rajiv Bhai Dholakwaji, Padma Shri awardee, a well-known entrepreneur of India, Sri Nikitu Iralu sir, जो सोल्जर ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी अवार्ड मिला है। हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर प्रशांतो बोरोजी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी, फॉर्मर जनरल सेक्रेटरी बोरो साहित्य सभा, टोरेन बोरोजी, फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट बोरो साहित्य सभा, and we have so many registrars, respected registrar of different university, our executive members, MLAs, Vice Chancellor of respected Vice Chancellor of Bodoland University, Registrar of Bodoland University, and all invited guests, MLAs of the Bodoland region. हमारे बीच में उपस्थित सभी मेहमानों को मैं स्वागत करता हूं. I welcome all of you. Let me begin my quotes quoting Eleanor Roosevelt, who had said, "It's better to light a candle than to curse the darkness." It is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Hearty welcome to Bodoland International Knowledge Festival, organized by the Bodoland University and our collaborating organizations and institutions here at Kokrazar, the City of Peace. We welcome you and at the same time extend you our heartfelt gratitude for making this event a grand success. Along with you came great joy and happiness in the Bodoland region. Our children, brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers are overjoyed to have you here. I join in unions in heartily welcoming you. Please feel at home and sow the seed of wisdom and blessing in our midst. Only 2 years ago, we could only dream of having you in our midst. As you are aware, we were faced with the task of rebuilding our society that was torn apart by violence in the last 4 decades. There was all pervasive fear, anger, hatred among our people. We need peace and happiness. Also a sense in our mindset and work ethos. Fortunately for us, the government of India, under the visionary leadership of Sri Narendra Modi ji, provided the breakthrough by bringing to conclusion the several years of conflict in the region, while addressing millions of strong gathering assembled to welcome the Bodo Peace Accord on the 7th February 2020 at Kokrazar. He said, आज एक नई शुरुआत, एक नया सवेरा और एक नई प्रेरणा को स्वागत करने का समय है. बोडोलैंड के विकास के लिए शांति हमारा मंत्र है. The Bodo Peace Accord 2020 paved the way for us to envisage a peaceful, green and smart Bodoland in the light of need for peace, happiness and holistic development, revitalization of social, political, economic, infrastructure, psychological and spiritual dimension in our society, sustainable peace, psychologically healing and well-being of all, green and smart Bodoland, communal harmony and peaceful coexistence, last mile delivery of social development services, making BTR 24/7 livelihood and income generation for all, post-conflict reconciliation and reintegration. quality education, skill and employment generation of our youths. Today, I am extremely delighted that you have graced the Bodoland International Knowledge Festival. We required your insights and wisdom to move ahead in all aspects, social, political, and economic. We believe that all of us together will be able to improve the lives of 3.5 million people of Bodoland Territorial Region. We have gone through so much of pain and misery in the past. I believe that God has given us two very powerful assets, the mind and heart. I feel that human brain and heart guided the human beings through the vicissitudes of time since ages. Whenever there has been an integration of the mind and heart, miraculous, joyful, and happiness, things happen for the humankind. Today, as we are in the threshold of the third millennium, our goal has to be integration and reintegration of the mind and the heart. It is now time to remove all negativities from our world. The buildings of synergies, the mind to innovate, and the heart to feel is a feel of essence of today. This Knowledge Festival is a great occasion for us to engage on a new journey in the Bodoland Territorial Region. We are greatly blessed with the august presence of Professor Eunice. He is the great leader of the art today. Also known as the banker to the poor, he is the firm believer and promoter of the humanity. His belief in the innate capacities of the poor people to take decisions and execute them led him to establish the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh in 1983. He showed us the way that the poor people also should have the right to draw loans from the banks on terms suitable to them. He also taught them a few sound financial principles so that they could help themselves and escape from the grip of poverty. Government of India and many other countries have also adopted this socio-economic model for eradication of poverty. We need to imbibe the valuable lesson of life from Professor Eunice and others who have shown humankind and the connection between heart and brain is possible. Today, we are extremely proud to host Professor Eunice. We salute his unflattering services to the poor. I pray to the Almighty God that He may continue to bless the whole humanity with His magnificent and overwhelming wisdoms. May He continue to swear insightful and first-sight tenets for making our world a better place. I pray that